The outer city of Navania used to be crawling with pirates.
Here! Quick!
Fortunately, a legendary hero appeared, Captain Redhawk. For years he was undefeated and maintained peace in the outer city.
Captain!
And I'm the guy pretending to be him. I even invented some gadgets of my own.
Don't move! Or the girl gets it.
Cover your ears.
Huh? Should I cover mine too?
What was that?
They're coming! My baby! Thank you, Captain. Huh?
Thanks, Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk always saves the day.
You're a legend.
Incredible!
You're the best, Captain. I saved her.
Captain Redhawk, you should rest more. You've lost weight.
You're still not good enough, Alessio. The real Captain Redhawk was so courageous, powerful, and brave.
Help me!
I'm not good enough. Not good enough. Come on, Alessio. You have to protect everyone. Stop right there! Don't worry, Redhawk is here. It's Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk.
He's here to save us! Captain Redhawk is here!
Redhawk's dead.
Oh no! Captain, is he okay? Captain Redhawk!
Captain, get up!
What's he gonna do?
Get up!
Get up.
What? Is that really?
Captain Redhawk is just a kid.
He's not.
Where's the captain? Was this kid protecting us all this time?
You're pretending to be Redhawk? What a joke.
Well, it's not a joke!
A fake is a fake! Find that fake.
Yes, boss.
Let the outer city know their captain is gone for good.
Captain? Captain! Captain Redhawk!
It's up to you now. From now on, you're Redhawk.
Me? Captain Redhawk? But I can't.
He's not a real captain.
It's just the
Where's
boy.
the real Captain Redhawk?
We do.
He can't even protect himself.
No matter how hard I try, it's not good enough.
He's awake!
He's okay.
We must hide him. Hurry! Over there! Hurry!
Careful.
Go look over there!
Let's go!
Over here, Captain Red Hawk.
Get him to safety.
Right, follow me, Captain.
Where'd you hide him? Spit it out! Get back here!
It's me you're after. Let him go!
Captain, come on.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Captain, this way! Quickly, this way!
The Captain's here.
Captain Redhawk!
Captain.
Captain, my man will take you to the outer sea. You'll be safe there.
I'm not Captain Red Hawk.
You're wrong. You are Red Hawk.
Open the door! You can't escape! Who do you think you are, kid? Hey! A Red Hawk mask? You want to be a hero, kid?
Captain Red Hawk.
Not bad, little hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Keep up the bombardment until they hand over the fake. If it isn't the fake, you finally dared to stand up.
Couldn't help it. I'm not gonna quit, as you'll see.
Sad about people like you. You want to be special, but you're too weak.
is no tragedy. This is my choice!
Not bad, little Hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
Eastern Region's Chamber of Commerce sale. Take a look.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship. Get him! He's over there!
Change your run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my fighting sequence. Let me just take a glance out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we were rid of the wrongs. How did it get so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Get away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. It's locked.
Ah!
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the first global esports effort that is the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational Istanbul 2024. Today you have me, Blam, and with me is Mr. Zero. How's it going?
Doing great, Blam. It's been a long wait for this Invitational Season 1, and we are finally here. We are finally here to witness these 8 teams battle it out to find who will be taking the title of the Invitational Season 1 champion back to their home ground.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the 3 teams from the Turkey region. We have 2 teams from Brazil. As we know, these teams have been well cemented within the scene previously. 2 MENA teams, and we have 1 team from CIS.
Yeah, and of course, this tournament will not be possible without our sponsor, Infinix. The Infinix GT10 Pro is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with Kings. All-sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience. And here we will have the schedule for today. NRX will be opening up their match against Besiktas Esports. FUT Esports going up against Major Pride, and Stalwart Esports closing the day against Alpha7.
So some absolute bangers on the card today, and just to let the people know online and offline, the format is a group stage where this is going to be taking place from today till the 5th, and this will be a best of 3 single round robin. All teams will go through to the knockouts, so you won't just see them end here, they will go to the knockout stage, but the 2 top teams in the group stages will be able to choose their opponents going into the knockout stage. If you want to tell the format of the knockout stage for me, Zero?
It will be a single elimination best of 5 format, so plenty to fight for, plenty of chances for all these players, all these teams to show the world what they are made of. And this will be a one-of-a-kind event, because this is basically the first leg of a huge, a huge community, a huge scene that will be growing as we go along. So it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you, Blam.
Absolutely, we are here to create a new narrative, a new chapter, and crown some kings in the coming days. It's very excited to see what's to wait for us in the grand finals.
Absolutely, but before we get to the grand finals, all these players have a lot to play through. It will be a very interesting tournament to see, because in the global version, the global client that these teams are playing on, not all heroes that you might be familiar with are unlocked. There are a few heroes that are still left out, so it is going to be the whole tournament will be played in a non-global ban pick format, so we will be seeing a lot of different not used to, but it will be a true show of skill, because with the smaller hero pool, all these players have a bigger showing of their skill themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a little tasty yesterday, which was really fiery. So I'm hoping that this first match of the day will continue that flame, because like I said yesterday, we didn't want to go to sleep. That's how much of a great show we've got in store for you guys. It's just banger after banger after banger. But as the stat card already showed, it's going to be NRX versus BJK, which is a clash-off of both Turkish teams. And then we go on to see another Turkish team going against Major Pride, which is part of the CIS region, which is a team that I'm really looking forward to seeing, because they are pros in other games coming into Honor of Kings. So that's always a really exciting thing to be seeing. And then Stalwart Esports finishing it off with Alpha7 at the end of the day, which is just going to be an immense banger, just seeing the Brazilian team come through, which is Alpha7, and then Stalwart Esports. Me and Zero got a little bit of a taste of what they've got in store, and it's going to be beautiful. A tasty one. Absolutely.
Yeah, we came into this tournament, thinking, the Brazilian teams are going to just sweep the floor against all the other competition they have. But just looking at that little practice match that Stalwart Esports was able to show us yesterday, now I'm a little skeptical whether the Brazilian dominance will happen here, or I feel like it's gonna be a much more even playing field across all these different teams. It's an absolute treat to be just waiting for it to happen.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that the coaches have definitely improved these players, especially some of the players that we've seen on the side of Stalwart Esports. Some of these players, I believe it is Zenon and Ray, who are actually in the KIC 2023 in the wildcard qualifiers. So those in these teams that are playing today, we haven't actually seen many of them perform in a Honor of Kings environment previously, but we'll see some real big improvement like we saw yesterday in the mock-up matches going into today. So I'm really excited to see all these new different kind of flavors coming together just to put on such a huge kickstart for the global scene of Honor of Kings.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the first matchup we have happening today. It's IWNRX representing from Turkey against Besiktas Esports, also from Turkey. So we're gonna have a little rumble to see which is the better Turkish team. And I'm pretty sure that their fans down in Istanbul will be showing the support for both of these teams. But IWNRX is a rather new team with only one player who had more experience than the rest, I would say, which is 0307 playing in their farm lane. And they have a couple of new players in their roster as well: Boogie, Still, Fu, and Bobnet.
Absolutely, but this is the thing that I really like and I'm really excited to see is these existing players passing on their knowledge and just showing them how Honor of Kings is played. And hopefully they pass on enough knowledge and enough nuggets of wisdom to actually just take their team all the way to a top point within the knockout stage, which is always going to be a massive beneficial point to be at. for going in and setting yourself up for the grand finals. So, like you say, NRX quite new other than 0307 in the farm lane, but we wait to see what BJK have to show us as well. So this is, again, another exciting thing is because there's some new players, there's some coaches that are coming into this as well. New flavors, new meta, new champion picks, new positions. It's all to be seen here today. And it's day one, and there's no better place to be looking, either on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, or just happen to be in a stage offline, being able to see the huge, amazing production that we have.
Absolutely. The prize pool for this tournament is $300,000 US. So I'm pretty sure all these teams have been giving it their all to prepare for this tournament. They leave no stone unturned getting ready for this because it is going to be a first of its kind event. There's so many things that are, you've never seen before with the different playstyles, players coming from different sort of backgrounds. So you need to make sure that you have done the homework that you need to prepare for this test.
Absolutely, absolutely. But like we've had to do our homework too. This is just as new as a thing for us as it is for the players, the coaches, and the audience tuning in online and offline. So this is the thing that I'm really excited for. It's just all new experiences, all new narrative, and obviously at the end of this, it's going to be a whole new king crown. But the one thing we didn't actually mention in the format is that the champion of Season 1 do solidify their place in Season 2 Invitational, so they will be coming back in the same format, in the same team, same org for Season 2, which is super exciting, which is going to be taking place in June, and I hope we have a little bit more information for you guys soon about that one also.
Yep, but if you are interested to find out more about this entire Honor of Kings global scene, you have to follow their social medias. They're on Twitter, they're on Facebook. Make sure that you are up to date with the changes as well as any new announcements being made, because I am just glued to the social media waiting for the announcements for Season 2, but I have a feeling it's going to happen at the end of this tournament itself.
Yeah, we've had no foresight, so we're just excited as everybody else, hoping to see us more information at the end of this tournament. But obviously we did get some information about the mid-season invitational that is going to be taking place in Saudi Arabia, which is going to be, again, really exciting to see, especially seeing the Dream Team KPL team coming through and seeing how they test out against our global efforts. So that's going to be really, really interesting to see, to be honest. So
absolutely. I think these international teams, as even the teams playing here right now in Istanbul, will surprise the veterans from KPL, because just yesterday, I mean, we were surprised at how well Stalwart Esports was playing, and they are just, the tip of the iceberg. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more that all of these teams can show us as we head into the group stage for this Invitational Season 1.
Absolutely. I mean, just the actual differing degree of aggression that we saw yesterday in those mock-up matches compared to what was on show in the wildcards qualifiers of KIC. It's just a completely different cut. I was very impressed with Stalwart Esports, and even NRX. They did very well, just not quite enough to meet the level of Stalwart Esports, but we may be proven wrong today when they could potentially take a 2-0, or maybe even it's going to be a back-to-back with BGK. It is a best of 3. There is plenty to be seen within those matchups as well. So,
yeah, this will be BGK's first official match in the Honor of Kings scene. So they will be looking to surprise us. They'll be looking to surprise everyone else who have been following them or not following them, because first matchup, it is right now a toss-up, I feel, because we have not much information about all these newer teams and players. I'm not sure if you, Blam, have spoken to any of the players from either NRX or BJK.
I actually haven't, no. I mean, I was having a bit of back and forth between myself and Clue of Stalwart Esports yesterday, a little bit of friendly banter, which was definitely well needed to hype me up for what they've got in store. Very surprising words, a lot of fighting words from Clue himself. I was very impressed. I'm like, okay, I cannot wait to see that. That is maybe even more excited for today's final match of the day. But yeah, in terms of NRX and BJK, they could really surprise us here. Like you say, BJK is their first match within any sort of Honor of Kings, like global efforts, esports scene. But also, like I was saying yesterday to Zero, is everybody on day one is going to want to have their best footing going into day 2 and day 3.
Yep, and looks like we are almost ready to witness the opening of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. So let's take a look at who will be competing in this tournament and the fantastic stage that they are at.
Okay, so not just quite yet. It was a little bit premature there with the ceremony opening. I think it's just we're both very excited to see that production stage in its full glory, especially seeing the players on there, seeing the country representatives come through as well. So it's just, yeah, I mean, we spent all day yesterday rehearsing, staring at the stage. Both me and Zero got massive FOMO not being there in Istanbul, haven't we?
Absolutely. I mean, it looked absolutely fantastic. I'm sure the atmosphere on site is gonna be fantastic, and I just can't wait for all of this to start. Like I said earlier, it was like what Blam said earlier, a little bit too excited for it to start, but I just can't wait to see the opening and all these players getting ready, showing themselves on the stage. And as we head into the group stage, it will be just a huge honor to be here.
Absolutely, but that's not to discount our efforts. We are definitely going to bring the fire for you guys online, tuning in with ourselves. So it's not just going to be hype on the offline stage. It is going to be hype in the online chat, which once again, you're going to be able to watch it on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So there's many places to get your friends together, all get in the chat, root for your favorite teams. Maybe you don't have a favorite team yet. Maybe your favorite team will be one of these teams that play today. Maybe you'll find a new affiliation with one of these new orgs as well. As the teams get in all their foul, and this is one of the most exciting things, is just everything's so new. It's new, and I'm here for it.
Absolutely, this will be a moment in history, as we could say, in the Honor of Kings scene as we prepare the first ever tournament for the global release, and it will be a very exciting place to be. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching wherever you are, be proud, be happy as well that you are witnessing a part of history.
Absolutely. I mean, like I was saying just before I was getting on here, it's deep breathes in through the nose, out through the mouth. It is all historical. Every little thing we do is going to be history in the making. And some of these teams could go on to be in the World Championships potentially at the end of the year. So it's one of those. It's a lot to be had here. It's solidifying in the global scene, making a name for you. It's basically the #1 goal here for these 8 teams that have been invited to Season 1 Invitational. But
absolutely, their first exposure to international competition, finding out where they stand, finding out what they lack and what they have to learn. This is part of a professional player's journey, and they will have their work cut out for them, because I don't think any of these 8 teams are any pushovers. They will definitely have their best to take a game off their opponents.
Absolutely, and we get to see all firsthand here, seeing their reactions on stage for the very first time, because it's been quite a while that some of these players have actually been able to compete in competitive offline stage scene. So getting to see that passion, amazing.
Yeah, and this is all this work, all this wind up, all this preparation has just set us up for the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 2024 Istanbul, as we are just about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere as the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 starts now.
Enjoy.
Hoş geldiniz. 8 takımın temsilcilerini alkışlarla karşılayalım. Önce Grup A geliyor.
Welcome, let's start by welcoming the representatives of each team on the stage. Give a warm welcome to Group A.
Alkışlarınızla Grup B geliyor.
And now a huge round of applause to Group B.
takımları yakından tanıyacağız. Beşiktaş temsilcisi ATX, İstanbul merkezli ve Kara Kartallar lakaplı bir Türk takımı ve profesyonel bir spor kulübü tarafından açılan ilk profesyonel e-spor kulübü Besiktas Esports.
ATX from Besiktas from Turkey, Besiktas Esports.
FUT temsilcisi Rüyga, Türkiye'nin en rekabetçi oyuncularından bazılarını ve oyun endüstrisinin popüler isimlerini bir araya getiriyor. FUT Chaos.
Rüyga from FUT, from Turkey, FUT Chaos.
MP temsilcisi Kenezis, Kazakistan'dan e-spor organizasyonu yüksek spor sonuçları elde etmeyi hedefliyor. Major Pride.
Kinesis from MP and from Kazakhstan, Major Pride.
NRX'ten Buggy, Next Rüya ve İstanbul Wildcats işbirliğiyle kurulan bir Türk e-spor organizasyonu IWNRX.
Buggy from NRX and from Turkey, IWNRX.
A7'dan Omain bir oyun evine sahip olan ilk Brezilya takımlarından biriydi. Sloganları Go, Alpha7.
Am from A7 and from Brazil, Alpha7.
SDA temsilcisi Ray, bir BAA takımı ve aynı zamanda Mina'da en hızlı büyüyen e-spor organizasyonlarından biri. Stalwart Esports.
Ray from SDA and from the United Arab Emirates, Stalwart Esports.
Twist temsilcisi Bavadi, Suudi Arabistanlı bir takım birçok yerel ve uluslararası turnuvayı güvence altına aldı ve Gamers 8 dünyanın en iyi takımı unvanını kazandı. Twisted Minds.
From Saudi Arabia, Twisted Minds.
VKS temsilcisi Dani, Brezilya'daki en
Herkesin bildiği gibi FUT Esports ikonik bir takım. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek olan bu etkinlik için dünyanın her yerinden gelecek takımlarla mücadele edeceğiz. Türkiye'nin zaferini bütün taraftarlarımıza göstereceğiz.
NRX olarak diğer ülkelerin takımlarıyla karşılaşmaktan çok memnunuz. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek bu turnuva için çok hazırlandık. Kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz ve bunun için savaşacağız.
Beşiktaş Esports çok köklü geçmişe sahip bir takım. Bu turnuvaya katılacağımız için çok heyecanlıyız. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıp bu armanın hakkını vereceğiz.
Biz Қазақстанамыз. Бәлкім сендер бізді танымайсыздар, бірақ бұл маңызды емес. Себебі сендер біздің күшімізді көресіңдер.
Nós somos os campeões do Choque BR. Desta vez, vamos trazer o troféu de campeão de volta para o Brasil.
É possível falar da Alpha7 e não pensar em uma equipe campeã. A gente vai surpreender nesse campeonato.
كل تحد فرصة للتقدم وسنتغلب على جميع التحديات لإظهار قوتنا.
لطالما كان فوز البطولة حلمنا، سنخوض في النضال في هذه المرة من أجله.
Okay, cool. Right, so there we have it. I mean, that if anything's going to give you chills, it's definitely going to be that opening there, seeing that drone footage of Istanbul being such a beautiful place, and especially at first it's kind of like interesting. Obviously, with the Turkey rollout, it's going to be number one guess. It's going to be in Istanbul, the capital, and I don't think there could have been any other place better to be hosting this first season Invitational, to be honest, after seeing that beautiful footage. Even the cat, I'm a cat person, I was like, I am so sold on that footage. Whoever filmed that did a fantastic job.
Yeah, and the fighting words from the teams, oh my god, no, that gave me goosebumps as well. These teams are ready, they are hyped, they are on fire, and they will be showing what they have against their opponents. As right now on stage, we see both these teams getting ready for the first best of 3 of the group stages. We have IWNRX representing Turkey. They're in their hometown at the moment, and they will be against their opponents, Besiktas Esports, also from Turkey.
Absolutely. Turkey represent. Turkey stand up. But yeah, we have on the side of NRX, we have Bobned, 0307, Fu, Still, and Buggy. We saw some of the glimpse of what these players are potentials have yesterday in those mock matches. So I'm really interested to see what they actually bring to the stage and the first game of the day, to be honest. Like we said, 0307 is been in the scene for quite some time. So to see his wisdom get shared across these over 4 amazing players will be very interesting to see how NRX fare in the group stages.
Absolutely, and their coach QY will be providing loads of experience from his background. He has been the coach for Impunity, which is another Honor of Kings team, and for the longest of time IWNRX as well. So he definitely understands their players, but will he understand their opponents? Because Besiktas Esports have a stacked lineup as well.
Absolutely, we've got Liz, Atix, we've got Rekna, who I know from another game scene, so I'm very interested to see how Rekna supports and stands up in his new role in the mid lane here on Honor of Kings. We have E2JJ, and then my screen just cutting off that last player, and it is Urian with coach BJK Kostra. But yeah, I mean, it's very useful knowledge to have there. QY being part of Team Impunity, which was a great team to watch within the wildcard qualifiers as well.
Yeah, definitely. They do have their their pedigree, their experience. That's why they're coaching these teams playing on the stage right now. They will be the backbone of the team, providing the structure, providing the support, providing their wealth of experience and knowledge, and hopefully being able to elevate their team to take on the next stage and to defeat their opponents here as well.
Absolutely, but I'm going to go back to that quick point what we was on about with the opening up ceremony footage there, when we was on about the fighting words from the team. The one that probably gave me the most chills was Major Pride. You may not know us, but you will soon see our strength. I was just like, oh, wow, okay, I'm hyped now. It's like second match of the day, bring it on. But yeah, what words from such an unknown team. I mean, if that's going to say volumes, I don't know what else does.
Absolutely, the confidence of saying that, shows that how much preparation they have done, how confident they are in themselves and their teammates, and how well they know the game itself. They are ready to fight, but that is for game number 2, right? Major Pride against FUT Esports FUT Chaos is going to be something to watch. But on stage right now, IWNRX against Besiktas Esports. You do not want to miss this as well.
You don't. But I'm really impressed with the overall turnout of the offline stage there as well. It seems like we're getting a pretty stacked out room, which is a fantastic thing to be witnessing and to be a part of. So we need those big balloons clapping together. We need a lot of hype for these teams because they are going to be wanting to put on some of the best shows for you guys there, offline and online as well. So in the chat, if you have something equivalent to the balloon sticks, I'm not too sure what I know they have an actual name, but I forgot what the name is in English. But there we go. They're clapping them for me. Thank you very much.
Are they just called clappers?
Yeah, why not? Let's call them clappers. That sounds like a great thing to call them. But yes, just get as much hype as you can offline and online.
Absolutely, and even those watching on all our different platforms as well, thank you for being here, for being a part of history as we get ready for game number 1 of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 happening in Istanbul, Turkey. A bit sad that we can't be there ourselves, Blam, but this is the next best thing.
it is the next best thing. Still being a part of history is definitely the next best thing, and being so grateful for the guys over at Tencent for giving us this opportunity as well. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, a little bit onto sort of the drafting and what we're going to be seeing on this one. It's not quite yet ready, but from what we witnessed yesterday, it was very similar to what we were seeing in the CHOC BR 2023 championships in Brazil. There wasn't much sort of like difference in the bans and the drafts, other than Butterfly actually not being priority ban, which was immensely huge in CHOC BR and also KIC 2023.
Maybe it was some sort of gentleman's agreement that, hey, no one touch this hero, let's open up the pool, let's see what else that the hero pool's endgame has to offer. So we might still be seeing it being a priority in both the ban and pick phase. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what both these teams have prepared for us, because you see the coach from the side of Besiktas Esports is walking around with a very thick book. He's been showing his players and getting their thoughts on maybe some certain compositions, certain bans they want to do against. I'm not sure what's written in the book, but I'm pretty sure it's all the preparation leading up to this moment.
Oh yeah, all massive amounts of wealthy knowledge within that little book we see there from one of the coaches. But that's the coach's job. That is their main weapon of choice, is that book. That book is the be-all and end-all. It could make you a easy 2-0, or it could be the definite reason why you didn't get a single win within the match. But yes, I don't think it's going to be too much longer before we get into the bans and drafts. But me personally, I'd be a little bit partial to, I'd be happy for a Butterfly pick to come through. I mean, in competitive scene within these 5v5s, I think it might be a little bit harder to actually pair off with some of these team comps. Yesterday in the mock-up matches, both me and you, Zero, were very excited to see Jing come through. So I hope it's not going to sort of follow the same footsteps as CHOC BR, where it was just tank-centric in the jungle, and then we have some assassins go up into the clash lane. So I'm really excited to see if we are going to get some true assassin hero gameplay in the jungle.
It all boils down to whatever's developed across across these days. Every tournament, there's always some form of a miniature meta that forms just for that specific tournament. Maybe because a certain team likes to play a certain way, or something of a broken mechanic or composition has been found throughout the tournament. So I'm definitely very excited to see what preparations all these teams have prepared for us, because it has been at least a month for them to get ready for this stage, and I'm pretty sure they have some tricks up their sleeves.
Absolutely. So, I mean, let's stop giving all the shine to the jungle role. To be fair, the farm role, there's not a huge pool of champions to pick from down there. It is generally sort of like your Consort Yu, you've got your Luban as well, that generally comes through as well, Direnji, all those
Arlie.
Champions that your Ali, and most so your mobility champions. But again, like I said in my original statement, there's not a big pool to grab from just yet, like there is the Chinese clients. And then obviously up in the mid lane, we're always going to be seeing those utility mages come through, like Princess Frost, and champions of the like of that. And then Clash Lane is very much vice versa for whatever you pick in the jungle. If you go jungle tank, you're going to have most likely going to have a Clash Lane assassin. If you're going to have an assassin in the jungle, you're going to have a tank up in the Clash Lane. But one of those most important roles in this game, and it's the reason why it's no longer called a support role, it is that roaming role that really sets up vision, really sets up the playmaking, and the rotations are very heavy on these roam players.
Yeah, there's so many great supports great roamers, not supports, great roamers in this current map pool. We've got of course the Tachel, we've got the Dolia, which I think will be very, very, very heavily focused in terms of the ban phase. Not to mention Lianpo has always been a staple as a support, or even sometimes in the Clash lane as well. So we're definitely spoiled for choice, and both these teams will be spoiled for choice as well as we head into the first draft of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1.
First draft, and what's the first pick we see on NRX again, Zero? It's my new favorite pickup in competitive solo queue. It is done coming through there. A great thing about this champion being first pick, I feel, is because he can be flex. He could be either Clash Lane, or later on down in the draft, he could then be changed into the jungle. So we see that come through for NRX, but the two prio bans there is the Jing and Pei.
Yeah, even you can sometimes flex it to a support role as well. He doesn't do too bad in that regard. But let's see what BJK answers with. They banned out the Princess Frost and Da Xiao and pick up the Arlie and Mai for themselves. So very early, fast tempo, very mobile two heroes to start up.
Absolutely, but I feel like if they want this Arlie to work, like we saw yesterday in the mock-up match, we may feel that the Arlie may have to go into the mid lane in that early 1 to 2 minute mark just to get a little bit of the extra gold to try and match up against the Direnji, because Direnji is a great champion, a great hero, down in the farm lane to go against Arlie. And we see Little Luke come through on the side of NRX. So Little Luke is going to be the roam this time around, and they lock in Lamb on the side of BJK.
You wanted a true assassin. This is the true assassin. Lamb being played in the jungle will be a huge threat to steal on the Direnji, because he has so much physical burst, doesn't really rely on stuns, something that Direnji excels against, which is debuffing stuns that's put on himself. But Lamb is just all damage, all physical damage, all burst, and not much control for himself. That's why he has the Mai to help him out with the roaming, and I'm pretty sure they'll pick up a Clash laner that has plenty of crowd control as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we still have 2 bans open, but Charlotte is now been hit with the ban hammer, but we still have the likes of Byron up for grabs. I mean, he is a huge pick in the Clash lane and has been for quite some time in the meta. But we see the Dr. Bian fall through there, so another mid laner gun on the side of NRX. A great damage over time champion, as long as you can have that positioning within team fights. You can heal your team as well when you stack those marks.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, on the side of NRX, they ban out the Moses as well as the Dolia. So banning out mainly supports on their end. And it's going to be interesting to see, because they are still lacking a mid laner here. And there's not much left in the pool. Maybe something like a Zhou Yu or Gun and Maw being picked up could be a potential 2 heroes that NRX are thinking of. And they're also lacking of a Clash lane or jungle for themselves as well.
Absolutely. I mean, back onto the Lamb pick here, it's going to be interesting to see if BJK are going to build it like the Chinese client, because as I understand from a few players, from what I learned, that Lamb actually scales in a different stat on the Turkey, on the global server, where he's mainly built as a tank. So as we see, his kit is very assassin-like. He is still built to be at the front part of that team, and he is going to be complemented with the Mulan pick up in the Clash lane, and Sun Bing gets locked in as the roam.
Yep, NRX answers with a Byron and Xiao Qiao towards the mid lane. And yeah, like, there's plenty of burst coming from the side of NRX. But, and the side of BJK, they're not very tanky in their own right as well. I mean, Mulan isn't the tankiest Clash lane on its own. If he does do well in 1v1 scenarios, and if he uses his skills right, but against the amount of burst coming from NRX and the control as well. I mean, having Dun, Byron, and Xiao Qiao as your 3 main cores, that is a lot of crowd control that all these 3 heroes can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we're going to be seeing at least one of these teams have their jungle escort their Clash lane up into the Clash lane, as we've seen previously and in previous matches, where we actually have the jungler help out the Clash lane, or the Clash lane go into the jungle to get that passive gold just as they build up, just to give him a little bit more of a fun start. But the thing about Dun is here, he's a very, from what I've noticed from playing with it, playing as that hero, is that he's really good level 1, because his first ability, it has a ranged attack, and then when you proc it again, it has a knock-up. So going against Mulan, who doesn't quite have her CC immunity at level 1, I feel like that matchup may need a 2v1 scenario on the side of BGK.
JK. Yeah,
okay,
it is. Byron's always been one of the stronger laners in a 1 versus 1 scenario, so BJK might need to either rotate early or have the Mulan go along with the Lamb to just get a little bit more experience, a little bit more gold to try and even out the odds. Because, like I said, Mulan isn't very strong level 1 or even level 2. He sort of needs a couple of more levels to be able to really dominate the lane. And if Byron is able to just get a solo kill early on, that might just be the crumbling and the falling apart of BJK's lineup.
Absolutely. I think if we do see that happen up in the Clash lane, whether it be 2v1 on either of the sides, we probably will see a 2v1 more so in the mid lane, or even a 3v1, because obviously the roam goes there naturally in this meta into the mid lane early, and with a Clash with a farm lane like Ali, to have that 1v1 against the Renji, I feel like she may suffer heavily in that level 1 interaction and pre-4 minute mark as well. So I feel like if they want this Ali to work, they've really got to put a focus on that hero, giving her a great early game advantage as possible.
Absolutely, and that's why they picked up the Mai on the side of BJK. They need a mid lane that rotates fast. They need a mid lane that's able to help out the other lanes, try and get the tempo in their favor. And being the roamer that she is, in the mid lane, she is going to be providing a lot of the side lane pressure. But one of the things when you want to roam is that you need to push out the mid lane. You need to clear out the creeps before you're able to rotate. Sunbin as well as Mai, they don't have a lot of AoE spells to clear off the waves as quickly as possible, compared to something like a Xiao Xiao, who's able to just burst off the wave by herself. They might be, the tempo might be slowed down just with this hero. See what will happen as we head into the Gold Forge for Game 1 of this Best of 3 series.
Absolutely. It's definitely history in the making here. A first match in the Season 1 Invitational in Istanbul 2024 as well. So this is all history in the making right now. Whatever happens in these matches are huge. And it's going to be one of the first things that is going to be noted when people think about Season 1 Invitational. Is all about these early moves, these early metas, and these early champion picks as well.
And look at that, NRX playing fast, going to invade the Might Golem on the side of BJK. So the jungle on the side of BJK is going to be starving, popping Uden taking a lot of that damage, but should not be falling here. Level 2 already on the Yao as well as the loot. Not knocking anyone down.
Oh, okay. Byron taking a lot of damage. There's a CC. He's having to force the flash away from 2v1 up in the Clash lane. But he's coming here with a 3v1 onto the Durenji. Have that CC immunity. He has Purify now quite yet. Rekna falls down as well. So it is a 1v1 trade. 3-4 minutes already. And this was the aggression. This was the ferocity that we was on about yesterday in these mock-up matches that we're seeing, and it is translating through to day 1, which I'm all here for. It's going to be fantastic.
Yep, Atix, very great play there. Recognizing that his rip buff was already stolen, he really went to gank the bottom lane, getting some pressure for himself. Urian in the mid lane still will be getting the kill with the rotating towards the mid, and that is going to get themselves a second kill and a 500 gold lead to start off with.
Once again, this Byron's getting his fair shares of uneven advantages up in the Clash lane, and BJK taking another kill there for themselves. But soon we see Xiao Xiao take a kill. Trade there. It is a 2-on-1 currently, but Mai is trying to clean up this Clash lane brawl, but Dun comes through with a double kill with that ultimate skill coming through for the CC onto Mai, saying, "You're not going anywhere. We are taking some more kills from you."
Yeah, 5-3 right now in terms of kill score, and the goal lead is 1,000 pointers away of NRX. They are off to a fantastic start, something that the Deering Jin loves, is getting a great start because he becomes very hard to deal with later on in the game, not to mention having to deal with Lil Loot as well. You have to build the Venomous Staff, you have to build anti-healing on your RD as well. So they have plenty of things to have to build, and with the tempo that NRX is playing, it might be a bit too fast for BJK to deal with.
Yeah, they're finding it hard to catch a breath. I mean, we're seeing some solid trades here, but it always seems to go into the favor of NRX. But I mean, what do we expect from a team that has the knowledge to go and invade the enemy's red buff because they know Lamb's not going to go for it because Lamb is heavily reliant on that blue buff early game.
In the bottom lane, ooh, a lot of damage being dealt there to E2JJ, and he almost falls, but the Sunmin there able to force him back for just for a while. But with this, a lot of pressure towards the bottom lane. Urian might fall, go straight towards the backline, stuns up the Arlie, and Arlie should fall here. Will also bring down the other support. Urian will fall as well, and this Dun is having the time of his life. I think 4 kills already on him at this point in the game, and they will be pressuring the bottom tier 1 tower as well. Rekna almost getting a kill on first move, but the tower is not going to be able to hit Fu in the end, and the kill will be able to walk away.
Didn't quite manage to take out Fu there, but it was a well played there for Rekna to actually try and survive that 3v1 engage there. But Dunn just nicely doing it over the wall with that ultimate, be able to pull himself into the lane. There's no running the route. He has all the shortcuts. However, BJK do manage to pick up the tyrant there, but I feel like that is needed for this team for that extra damage onto the likes of the Arlie, onto the likes of Lam as well. And obviously, it's always going to implement Mai, because Mai is very strong from level 1. So having that tyrant, getting that damage increase and movement speed is definitely something to be sought for here. But first turret takedown does go to BJK. So they're not quite all the way at the brawls, but their laning phase is definitely working well.
Absolutely, and looks like BJK was able to walk away getting the bottom tier 1 tower and might be able to contest the mid lane tower as well. The buff will still be here for another 30 seconds or so, but it looks like the rotations are heading towards the top, where Mulan has been actually just dealing a lot of pressure towards Buggy. Buggy hasn't really been able to stand on his own against the 2 heroes that BJK did start off with on the Clash lane. So a little bit of a advantage going towards the way of BJK is that this Mulan is almost fully online.
Yeah, I think that's the whole way of actually countering the Byron pick here, is just keeping main pressure onto him so he can't push those lanes, because he's one of those champions that if you just leave him, just leave him in the Clash lane, he is just going to do maximum damage. But E2JJ here having to flash out with the Arlie ult to reposition himself. He manages to survive from Boogie here. It's another 4v3 going to take place in the Clash lane. Clash lane is the place to be. It is the party. 0307 comes in, but we see Fu taking to the kill onto Ryan there. So picking up another kill for NRX. They are still in the lead with the kills and still ahead with the goal.
All things considered, I think BJK will be happy with that. Just losing the support, not really. That could have gone way worse with 5 heroes rotating towards the top lane. They did lose the tier 1 tower in the top, but that allowed the Lamb to continue farming up. And once the Lamb reaches his critical mass, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. And that's what BJK is primarily playing for. Something, just playing for the late game and hoping that they're able to take the fights later on.
Absolutely. I mean, there seems to be a heavy focus between these two teams up in the Clash lane, but look what Mulan's managed to do down in the farm lane. She's taken both first and second tier turret, which is going to be opening up that enemy jungle, at least the red side of the enemy jungle, wide open and very accessible for BJK going into the late game. So these late game ganks, when we get that 10-minute mark, it's going to be pretty huge advantage here for BJK.
Mid lane, both teams poised to try and take a fight here. All the ultimates are up on all sides, so this is going to be a very important clash, because if NRX loses this tier 1 tower, they are, like you said earlier, the jungle in the bottom side is already very exposed, but losing that mid tier 1 tower will just make the Tyrant Overlord fights really hard for NRX. They need to keep this tower up as long as possible, because it is just too much map control to lose.
Oh, massively. So much map control, but I really think BJK has actually found the method to knock the wind out sails of NRX, because if you look at that early game tempo, like 3-4 minutes, the aggression was so crazy. But now, because BJK have managed to put a huge amount of pressure onto their farm lane, and also looking to do it into the mid lane, not quite yet being able to acquire that turret, but I feel like that's really upset the tempo of NRX, and it stopped them in their tracks.
Still dropping very low from that. but he did manage to steal the Might Golem buff, so small victories here for the side of NRX, and it looks like with that buff, maybe they want to try and contest this mid-tier 1 tower, but everybody on the side of BJK is already here. Land from the backline, huge outlet pushing them into the tower, but they do not manage to bring down any of the cores yet. Lamb will fall. Dun almost dying there, but the shields that he's able to put out way too much. The Demon Jet doing a lot of damage. Here comes the Mulan towards the backline. Buggy has to back off, but that will be the end. They will trade 2 for 2 here, and things will continue on.
Absolutely, 2v2, complete madness, and I think this is the beauty of Honor of Kings, is just so much happens in such short time. Like, it's not even the pace of 10 seconds, but you see at least like 12 skills go off here. There's ultimates from Xiao Chao coming off, and then we see the Lamb come through with the ultimate at the same time, pushing them into the turret, but not quite securing as much kills as they probably hoped for. I think BJK there were potentially looking for a more like a 3 kill there rather than the 2, or even a 4-2 trade would have been amazing for them, especially now that the Overlord's up. It is going to go down very quickly, but if that was the scenario that did take place, they could have definitely rotated over to the Overlord, taken that, and pushed these turrets even further.
Yeah, they definitely were looking for a more one-sided fight there, but 2 for 2 was the only bargain that both these teams can get, so they'll just have to work with it. Bottom lane, look at the gold lead right now. It has swung all the way towards the way of BJK. They've just been able to play more around the map. They've been able to rotate to get on farm across all 3 lanes, and that has led them to take this slight gold lead since the start of the game. It's always been the side of NRX, but BJK right now with the superior map movement has reached a point where they are confident enough to play on all 3 sides of the map.
Absolutely, opening that map up is definitely, they were looking at the long-term plan rather than the short-term plan, which is what NRX was definitely doing in that early game, especially with the amount of aggression they were having in those team fights, those early rotations into lanes, those ganks. But now BJK here potentially going for another team fight. Byron is in there. Boogie is a little bit too close for comfort with that turret, but the Derenji taking out Ollie under the turret there, and NRX are actually going to open up their enemy jungle, but it may be traded for their 2nd tier Clash Lane turret up in the Clash Lane, obviously. And Mulan does manage to do it, so that's, once again, those borders are definitely getting stripped away here from NRX, but they are still in this fight. I don't think it's over for them yet.
A dead even game right now in terms of the gold tower objectives. Of course, BJK has been able to get all the side lane towers except for the tier 3s, of course, and they will trade off the Tyrant for the Overlord as well. But BJK might try and contest this, looking greedy, and they should be able to get it. The NRX will be able to get it with the smite used there by the just securing it, making sure there's no shenanigans, no steals coming from the Lamb.
Yeah, I feel like the Mai had the way in there, but I think it was all down to little Lute's stun. So it was just a 2nd stun, but it stopped the whole play there from Rekna, which I thought was a very nice touch there by NRX of them.
Mid lane, the stun on towards the Sun Bin. Now Urian will fall. Fu doing too much damage on the Angela, on the Xiao Qiao, and they will try and continue pressuring on this mid-tier 2 tower. But the rotations from the Lan and the Mulan's coming in. He's joining the fight this time. He's not still pushing on towards the side lanes. He wants to contribute to this team fight.
Yeah, now they're down a teammate. We see that Dumba's trying to freeze the lane there, trying to stop those minions coming through to meet the vanguards at the tier 1 turret down in the farm lane. But NRX are looking to pick up a 2nd tier turret here. We see that still manages to take that mid lane, whilst we have the vanguards pushing up into the Clash lane as well. So even though they didn't do too great with the lane pushing here, they are definitely coming back, and they have forced the Rekna out of that whole fight by doing so much damage to that Mai. It is a 4-on-5 fight here because we have Lamb just trying to pause that minion wave in the mid lane, but again, knock up onto the Sunbin. Uriah has gone down. Crucial crowd control here for Little Lute with that knock-on stun, but we have Byron going in, trying to keep and maintain, but Boogie goes down. We see that Lamb comes back into the fight. BJK are here to just keep their other higher ground turrets going. Oh my gosh, so much was going on in that team fight.
Lamb is just such a scary assassin to play against. Not just having the physical amount of burst damage, but also the crowd control, being able to push enemies out of position under the crystal. That has got them the fight, and they will be able to even things out. Sure, they lost the top tier 3 tower, but they've been able to open up all the tier 2 towers, and E2JJ will clear off the enemy jungle as well, giving them a bit more of an advantage moving on. And this game it went from, you know, very NRX favorite to BJK taking the reins, and the NRX strikes first at the tier 3 towers, but right now BJK has the lead again. So this has been a very close fight across both these teams.
Is literally, the gold is like a pendulum clock swinging to and from both NRX and BJK. But you can see what BJK was, what NRX was really hoping. They was hoping for a great team fight up in the clash lane, and then have those vanguards push the other 2 lanes as well, and then hope to get like an overall positive outcome in those team fights. But it didn't quite work out that way, thanks to the Lamb re-entering that team fight after stopping the vanguards in that mid lane. So it completely reset NRX's complete plan, but Lamb just completely annihilating Derenji there. So down goes the farm laner. So that's a big amount of damage gone. They've now got to rely on the Xiao Xiao to do a lot of damage into these next coming team fights, unless they can wait out that 26 seconds for Derenji to come back from death spawn.
Yeah, Lamb with the full item slots right now already completed the Siege Breaker, meaning that he's able to burst down squishy heroes just so quickly, and he's not very soft himself. He completed most of the defensive items that is required for him to stand against the front lines on the side of NRX, and right now he's just building damage, and they are able to get the Overlord for themselves. The Shadow Vanguard will spawn, providing a bit more of map control, map pressure for the side of BJK as they look to take down a tier 3 tower of their own.
Absolutely, and we have the Tyrant up as well, but obviously they do have the debuff in the jungle for taking one of the jungle camps there. So they've got to make sure that if they are going to take the Tyrant, it needs to be a team effort. But right now, having that Vanguard in your utility, I feel like pushing these lanes and at least getting one higher ground turret is going to be the go-to here for BJK, because they need some sort of cannon spawn minion. Those super minions come through as well. But like I was saying, here's a team effort looking to take the Shadow Tyrant again for BJK.
Lamb just makes short work out of it, but let's take a look at the replay. The destruction of 0307 towards the middle. The replay was so short that you couldn't really see much in itself, but that was just huge amount of physical damage, physical burst coming through from the Lamb, and they did manage to get the Tyrant for themselves, providing them the extra damage buff as well as the shields that will be coming up there, giving them just a bit more of an advantage as they want to take down a tier 2 tower of their own.
Absolutely. I feel like the replay was like, no, we can't do them dirty again. Let's just get back into the interaction, because there's something brewing here. It is definitely the calm before the storm. We see all BJK at the higher ground turrets waiting for that next minion wave to come through. There's nothing to freeze those minion waves on the side of NRX. All they can do is defend. Their backs are against the wall. They need to attack now. They need to be offensive and aggressive with their offense here. But we see the Lamb is already in, pushing them into the higher ground turret. There is a killing spree going on right now. Reknar picks up the kill. We see that it is a... Oh, okay. No, it's going to drop over for NRX. So it is a 4-3 trade for NRX. Derenji coming through with a triple kill in true fashion.
Yeah, Xiao Xiao's burst damage at this point of the game is nothing to scoff at. I mean, she basically did so much damage that the DRJ was able to clean up. And right now things are again back basically even. The goal is of course still in favor of BJK, and they did manage to get a tier 2 tower by themselves. But let's take a look at the replay. The Lamb, absolutely beautiful pushback, getting 2 for himself, but here comes the huge damage and the control coming from the Xiao Xiao. Oh, just too much damage, and E2JJ has to be happy that he was able to... Was it Liz or E2JJ that was able to survive with an inch of his health?
Yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a misstep there from a BJK, because they had to either take out Little Luke for the healing or try and focus both of the damage dealers. But the way that 0307 and Fu were positioned, it was just a late team fight clean up there from those 2 players, which was very well played by NRX to just stop any sort of victory from BJK getting the first victory within this global competition.
Yeah, no giving up on both sides. NRX will fight till their last breath. So will BJK. That's why they are giving it their all. The game is not over yet. 18 minutes in. We've got about 2 minutes before the final boss spawns out that will help close either side close out the game. But bottom lane is already being pushed out. Will the rotations come in time? No, they will not. They will trade off the Shadow Overlord for the bottom tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I feel like BJK was really hoping that the Byron was going to be a little bit more easier to be handled down in that farm lane. They were looking for a early quick finish, but E2JJ game life tape by Dorenji again. The positioning of 0307 is immense on the side of NRX. But this is the player that was on about in the introduction. 0307. He has a lot of experience when it comes to Honor Kings, and it's really showing that he's leading his team to a potential victory here. I mean, they're 19 kills to 3. They are just a little behind on the gold, though. However, the pendulum has swung on BJK's side, but they take another higher ground turret. Nicely done by 0307 as I'm bigging him up here. Sunbin, we have Mulan, and we have Lamb and Mai here just looking to stop this Vanguard from doing any damage onto the crystal. However, they do lose the farm lane turret though, so it's basically little trades. They've got to decide what's more important, and obviously defending the crystal is the most important thing right now, so they will have to let the farm lane fall, which is just unfortunate, and it's going to make it harder for BJK to come back.
Tempest Dragon is up and running, but looks like the NRX will not need it to end the game, or will they? They do not lose anyone as of yet. They did have to use the Resurrection to keep their players just up and running, but right now, that will be the name of the game. Attic's already trying to get in position to try and scout things out, making sure that they're not going for the Tyrant. But the sustains coming from the little loop keeps them up and running, keeps them healthy. Olan throws the backline, trying to burst someone down. Able to bring down the Deer, and Jay that's absolutely huge and brings down the Xiao Xiao as well. The damage dealers from the side of NRX is able to just get chopped down. As it's just
still is on the run, but I feel like that was the bait to the Tempest Dragon. They are not looking to take the Tempest Dragon. Still was just there to try and keep NRX still in the game, forgive my pun. But we are seeing E2JJ, and we're seeing 4 of BJK's team running down to the crystal, and the first victory could potentially be going to BJK here. They are trying to hold on to it. The super minions are here, but the crystal does fall, and BJK take a 1-0 so far in the group stages.
Atix was just an absolute monster towards the end. The crowd control, the damage was just way too much for them to do with. The little loot just couldn't keep anyone alive. Just got burst down. The Diren Jie, the Xiao Xiao was just got bursted before they were able to contribute any sort of team fight damage at all. And once those two are down, what is your Byron? What is your Doom really supposed to do? There's nothing much they can do just by themselves. And that last team fight was an absolute beauty. Atix knew what he needed to do. He was in position early, and he caught all of them off guard.
Absolutely. It's like what I said back into the draft, where Jude is basically one of those really early game champions where he thrives early game, as we were seeing that 3-4 minutes. And even so much within the 4 to 10 minute mark as well, where he was able to dive over the walls, freeze lanes, and get some easy kills off. It's just that when he gets that late game, he does fall off. But then the late game is when the likes of Mai come through. Mulan is fully built. We have the Ali coming through as well. So it's just a trade-off for an early game champion. You're trying to finish it very quick. Like we saw, the aggression in the early game was definitely the motive and the motion that they were going for on NRX. But unfortunately, we saw that win get taken out of them because Mulan was such a great pushing force.
Absolutely, and this has been a great. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better opening match. That was just we went back and forth, not one-sided at all, showcasing multiple ways of playing the game, the tempos, The map control was just absolutely perfect from the side of BJK, allowing them to claw their way back to the game. And just look at the damage dealt there by the Mai. 25.7% for his team, 89% team fight participation rate. Absolutely huge play here, and I'm pretty sure she's probably gonna be the MVP of this.
Absolutely, yes. I'd even being a betting man, I'd say Rekna is definitely the MVP of that match there. Just from the sheer damage dealt, the participation in team fights, and just the overall aid that Rekna was giving to the team on Mai. But just having a little breakdown there on BJK, they did have a lot more tyrants than the Shadow Lord Shadow Overlord, compared to NRX. NRX was looking for that split push, kind of early game advantage with those lanes being pushed, but no, BJK Atix gets the MVP.
I mean, I wouldn't have a very strong argument against it as well, because the last few team fights, it was all just Atix, pushing out core heroes from the side of NRX out of position, bursting them down. In the last team fight, hands down, Atix won them that last team fight and substantially the game as well. So wouldn't have too much to say about him being the MVP as well. He definitely is in a well-deserved spot.
Yeah, if it's the second person you're going to go to, it's definitely going to be Atix. I mean, after those, like you said, after those pushes into the turret with those, with his ultimate as well, so just pushing it through, getting those teams all huddled around into those turrets, taking a lot of damage on the side of NRX. Not just Lamb, but also the turrets dealing a lot of damage onto NRX there. But just seeing some of these highlight clips here from Atix just shows and reinforces that he was just an overlooked player on our side. We just saw that Mai shine through quite a lot. We saw the damage dealt by Mai was definitely the top part of the team, and then obviously team fight potential, she was definitely all there. Rekna doing proud. So second close MVP there for Rekna. Personally, you get Blam's MVP, you get Zero's MVP, but Atix gets the official MVP.
Yeah, nothing to take away from that. He's been absolutely huge, keeping BJK alive as long as he could. With the early team fights, with the knockbacks, just stalling the game long enough for the other cores from the side of BJK to be activated, and that just in the end it worked out. The side of BJK got them the win, and they are up 1-0 in this best of 3 series in the group stage.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a valiant effort from NRX. They did try for that very early aggression, that very early win, but I feel like they just they lacked something there. It was definitely, I feel like it could be the done hero pick. So because he's such an early game champion, you got to make use of him to finish the game quickly. But yeah, it was just such a different game we saw from the very beginning of that match, and then all of a sudden it just completely turned around by BJK because they had the bigger picture in their mind, and their coach had the bigger picture by just basically saying push these lanes, go, go, go. Mulan is the split pushing force within BJK.
Yeah, and we've seen multiple times, NRX just at the cusp of taking the win, but with the Atix, lacking the damage later on towards the game, that's where Atix is able to just absolutely do anything he wants, knowing that there is not much damage to bring him down, and he's able to play freely. That allowed BJK to take 2 very important team fights, and with that, the game won victory as well.
So having that match there, I mean, like you said, in that after game roll 0, is there even a better way to start the tournament other than that game?
Absolutely
just the aggression? The complete turnaround for BJK? It had it all. It had all the recipes and ingredients for a great first game, and even a great match just overall.
Yeah, just gets me excited to see the next game and the next series as well. Plenty more to fight for, and if this is what a team like Besiktas, a team that not many people have put focus on, is able to perform and do. What are the bigger known teams like Alpha7, like Vivo Keystars? What do they have prepared for the table? Are we in for a surprise of a tournament here?
I mean, these teams were invited for a reason. They wouldn't be invited if it was just going to be a stomp for the Brazilian team. So I think it's kind of kind of a moment, a realizing moment, even though it's very early, day one still. I try hard not to get run away with the fairies a little bit too much, but it's definitely a moment to take a sit back and be like, okay, maybe there is going to be a little bit more of a resistance for us to take that championship cup back to Brazil. Let's focus now. Let's take this serious. And that first match definitely proved that may be the case for the Brazilian teams.
Absolutely no easy roads on both sides, and no easy roads for NRX as well, because they will have to regather their thoughts and find a way to take game number 2 to force this into a game number 3. What sort of adjustments do you think that they need to do to try and even out the series here, Vlad?
So I think from what we saw in the mock matches, and we saw it very closely to what NRX played here in terms of the play style, we saw that it was a very much the biggest star burns the brightest, but burns also the quickest. And that's what I think they need to sustain, that burning energy. They just need to keep that momentum. Because Honor of Kings is not a game about kills. It's not a game about jungle objectives. It's a game of tempo. If you lose that tempo, if you have one misstep in your dance, it shows that the enemy team can be like, oh, let's trip them up. Let's now do the tango completely with the enemy team in these team fights, and let's take down and go for the crystal. So I think it's just maintaining that focus, maintaining the tempo that NRX need to do. But I feel like it kind of all starts in the draft. It wasn't a bad draft, but it wasn't a fantastic draft.
Yeah, it was pretty one-dimensional. I mean, having everything being such an early tempo means that the moment that you put your foot off the gas, that's when your opponent team is able to catch up and do what they need to do. So maybe a more balanced in terms of one hero or another being able to play that late game scenario might be a way to look out for. Instead of Direnje, maybe something like a Garo would have been, or a Huangzhong to secure the late game would have been better. But yeah, I mean, it might not be in their playstyle, it might not be their playbook. Maybe all they have been practicing is just foot on the gas, all pumps, no brakes. But we'll see how their coach is able to adapt to their opponents after game number 1.
Absolutely. I mean, what we saw in the draft, there was still some quite tier 0 champions, especially like jungle champions like Lian Po, who has much presence within this game, whether it be Clash or jungle. So switching up the dun for Lian Po, yes, he's not as sort of a quick level 1 pre-4-minute hero, but he is one of those heroes that can be great into the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to look at the bigger picture. Like you said earlier, it's not always about it's not one-dimensional. You have to look at all stages of the game and what you need, what you lack with your heroes, and try and fill them up with other supporting heroes. So definitely NRX has their work cut out for them as they will prepare for game number 2.
Right, so we're just going to take a short little break here, guys, whilst we get ready for game 2. So don't go anywhere before you don't want to miss the action.
Ah, I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la.
Welcome back to the next game within the series between NRX and BGJK. BGK. I need to get that out of my system. BJK, they've just won the first match against NRX, so I need to give them some respect on their name. So BJK won that first match. I wouldn't say with ease, especially with that early game, but they definitely had the late game plan going in their favor.
Absolutely, preparing for all stages of the game. Did manage to get themselves the victory, but it's not over yet. It is a best of 3 series in the group stages itself, so that gives NRX another chance to even out the series. Is going to be exciting to see what sort of preparations that Chie has prepared, the coach for NRX has prepared to try and get themselves back in this fight.
Absolutely. I mean, just because this is a best of 3, it doesn't mean they are knocked out, because let's just remind ourselves about the format. It is the group stages. All these teams will go through, because this is a best of 3 single round robin. All teams will go through to the knockout stages, but it's all about getting those top 2 positions, because if you do, you can choose your first team you play in the knockouts. You have free reign. So it's all about getting those top 2 places in the knockout stage. So it's all to play for. Even though you all go through to the knockout stage, it is definitely better to choose your enemy than not know your enemy. So, or be chosen by the victor as a late snack. But yes, we're getting into the draft once again. The NRX Cryo Band, the first 2, Jing and Pei, are coming through again, and it is the same over on BJK's team. So we see Princess Frost and Dio-chan.
Yep, Dio-chan, Princess Frost. That has been the focus from the side of BJK, not allowing them to have this huge crowd control. But they open up differently this time, picking up the Demon J and Mozu to start the game.
Huge. They've seen the NRX picked up the Diren J and thought, you know what? I fancy to have a go on Diren J. And they pick up the Muzi as well. So again, another great champion. Particularly, he's a mage, but he is played predominantly as a roam champion within competitive. So because that long range stun, when you get one of those landed correctly, going into a team fight, especially whatever point of the match, it's a huge advantage to have going into a team fight, having that Muzi do a long range stun and then also try and catch out those backliners with his ultimate. And then we see Regna pick up the Da Chao, I believe it is it?
Yep, that is the Da Chao. That is the Diao-chan.
Okay, Diao-chan. And
late game mage there for the side of Regna.
Yeah, was it not yesterday that we saw? Was it a quadra kill in the mock-up match?
Yeah, from NRX side as well. So they definitely know how to play this hero. Let's see if NRX knows how to play against the Diao-chan, because it's you do not want to let the Diao-chan reach that late age where she is just able to completely destroy entire team fights by herself with the sustain and the magical damage that she can bring out.
Absolutely. If we just cast our gaze over to NRX's bans as well, the last 2 bans are definitely jungle orientated. We see the Lamb. They do not want Atix to get his Lamb pick again, but they also ban out the Musashi as well. And then over onto BJK, they ban out the Zhao Zhao, and then they ban out Mai. So again, another 2 deadly mid laners that they do not want to pass over to NRX. But NRX is picking up Dun. Again, they want to try it. They want to perfect the Dun pick. They have Lady Sun and they have Zhang Fei.
Yeah, Lady Sun, one of the marksmen that we don't see a lot, primarily because the early game for the Lady Sun is absolutely atrocious. She needs so much items to make work and start doing damage in the team fights. But that's why you have the Dun as well as the mage that can perform earlier on. Let's see what they pick up for the mid lane role here for NRX, because last game it was the Xiao Xiao, which did pretty well. But let's see what changes would it make for game number 2. It's gonna be the Zhou Yu as well as the Guan Yu picked up here for the side of NRX.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different hero playstyle here. I feel like Zhou Yu is a great mid laner to be left on his own. He is being able to split push with his abilities also affecting the turrets as well. I feel like that's a great maneuver for NRX, but then he also has within his utility of his kit is when he puts down his fire, he can then wind wall it to wherever he wants to, so he can get straight to your backline without having to necessarily get there. So again, that puts a lot of pressure onto BJK here, but in terms of the backline, they only have the Diochan and they have the Renji, so if they play it exactly the same way as NRX did, especially when they were trying to connect their crystal when it was almost at the end of one of them at the end of the match, but managing to successfully defend it. We'll see if BJK have that same kind of passion, but they do lock in the Luna in the jungle. That is impressive. I know this champion is hero, is critical. Like, you can play, if you understand Luna, it is a game over. Like, I've played against some great Luna players, and it is, you just have to sit back and just admit defeat, I feel. I don't know how you feel, Zero.
The skill ceiling for Luna is so high that, you know, a Luna player, Luna has been considered one of the hardest heroes to play in the entire Honor of Kings hero pool. So Atix, I mean, we've seen how he did with Slam. I'm pretty sure he has put a lot of practice into the Luna as well. And Luna is one of the best counters to Lady Sun because of how sticky she is. Your Lady Sun, you know, prioritize around running around, rolling, moving as much as you can. But the Luna will always be on your tail just with the mark. So if Atix plays his role well, plays his hero well, he is going to be able to shut down this Lady Sun just all by himself.
Absolutely, it's definitely that BJK have definitely thought about the counter to the Lady Sun there, but it looked like a stack draft from the word go anyway, picking up the Renji and the Muzi as well, but then pick up the Diochan in the mid lane, and then it just kind of just improved from there. They have the Mulan from the first game, which was a great split lane push potential for the team, which we saw. I'm pretty sure it was either pre 4 minutes or just after 4 minutes we saw the second tier turret go down, but less speculation. We are heading into the Gorge for the second match in this best of 3, and if NRX can't pull it back, it could be the last game in the best of 3.
Absolutely, but definitely we cannot count on NRX. They've proven that, you know, they have plenty more left in the bag. My only concern right now for the side of the BJK is that they are heavily magic damage focused. So if NRX just builds anti-magic magic resistance with the armor and defensive items, they will be able to mitigate a lot of damage that's coming out from the side of BJK. So let's see. Blue Sage buff being stolen here on the side of NRX, and they want a little bit more. They want all of the Luna's jungle creeps, and Luna is one of those heroes that needs all of the experience and all of the gold that she can get from the jungle earlier on before she's able to make any rotations towards the lanes.
Again, heavily reliant on that blue buff, like you were saying, but this is the same team that stole BJK's red buff earlier on because they had the knowledge that Lamb was definitely not going to be there, but they knew that Luna was definitely going to be in the blue buff because she's all about that cooldown reduction. So fair play to NRX picking up that on that and making a quick move to try and negate the Luna very early on.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with a lot of jungle heroes is that you need that snowball earlier on, and one surefire way to stop the Luna from getting out of control is just stopping the early snowball, stealing as much resources from her as you can, and the blue buff is definitely the most important one to take out of her hands earlier on.
Absolutely. I mean, even to some junglers, the blue buff may be a lot more important to them than the Tyrant or the Overlord. I mean, there's a few players that was telling me that as well. It's like, the blue buff is definitely really important in this game. With it being so fast-paced, if you have to recall, that is a lot of time wasted for your jungle and for your farm and your gold. It's very vital in HOK.
Absolutely. Still doing a lot of work by himself in towards the mid lane. We did see Buggy rotating, try and get a kill on towards Rekna, but Rekna was just too fast with the invulnerability. So keeping everyone alive, keeping the tower up and running. And right now they are going to secure the siege golem, the sage golem for the Luna, not wanting the same thing to happen twice.
Yeah, you can definitely tell how NRX played that one. I mean, BJK played that one. They definitely didn't realize that it could be a full team invade from level 1, going for that Sage buff there from BJK's jungle. But we're having the Dao-Chan and the Luna in the mid lane. There was looking to be a little bit of a clash there, but nothing really happened. It's definitely a different tempo game this time around for NRX. They are not burning out fast and bright. They are waiting, they are brewing up something. I can feel something cooking, and I can smell it.
Yeah, that's the small tempo change that you get. You're just changing out your marksman. Going for a Lady Sun, you're going to play a little bit more defensively, a little bit slower, making sure that the 0307 is able to contribute to the fights before actually bringing him to a fight. Because you don't want to stunt his growth, getting him prematurely involved in any sort of team fight. But I think 4 minutes in, when the first Tyrant and Overlord spawns, that's where we see the rotations will come in from NRX as a full 5-man to try and secure some map objectives.
Absolutely. This is where it kind of feels like a completely different game, because we see that it's almost 4-minute mark and nobody's died yet. This is like a wild card qualifier match. It's back to haunt me the 30 hours of watching until something happened at the 4-minute mark, especially around this Tyrant, which is definitely looking like the case right now because we have a lot of presence from NRX and BJK currently on this side of the map. But we do see, however, they steal again. Another Sage buff from Luna. It is not looking pretty here for Atex in the jungle. And it's good that NRX know that this is how they cut the head of the Hydra off. They need to get rid of that Luna's Sage buff unless they want a frenzy against them. They want pain, but they definitely know what they're doing. And I don't doubt that NRX do not know what they're doing because of how they're playing this match and how they played the previous match, even though they lost.
Absolutely, and that Sage Golem steal just completely stopped any sort of team fight that BJK might have been looking at. But Atex still manages to secure the Overlord for themselves, so that will provide them a little bit of more help on the push, providing a bit more map pressure. And maybe if they play their cards right, they are able to get the Tyrant going their way as well.
Absolutely, but you can see here on NRX, they are not messing around. They do not want to be kept in crowd control, as most of them have the reduced crowd control boots on them, apart from Joyu going for the magic piercing boots there. So going for the damage on Fu, being reliant as that backline beast for NRX. But I think that's a nice play there, especially when they got a lot of CC on the side of BJK.
Absolutely, that is the go-to if you're playing against this much crowd control. Oh, but E2JJ barely surviving with the life done. Won't be able to chase up, maybe. Yes, he should be. Yuren will fall as well. So that is 2 kills going towards the way of BJK, but they did manage to get the kill on towards the Zhang Fei. Oh, but Ragnar going in way too fast, way too deep, all by himself. Will fall in the end. Mulan as well as the Luna will not be rotating in to help, knowing that is a lost cause, and that will be NRX taking the kill lead to start off this game.
Brilliantly well played there by NRX, and they did pass over the kills to the right champion. That was Lady Sun getting a double kill, so getting that gold up and getting that XP as well, giving you way more equipment than the enemy farm laner. So you are going to be at a bigger potential and bigger advantage going into the upcoming team fights. But the Dun pick is actually observing them pretty well. We saw the CC go onto the Dao-Chan, closing another kill there for Lady Sun. But it is all BJK going for Dun. They do not want still to stay alive, and Luna takes the kill from the enemy jungler. That's for stealing at least 2 of my stage buffs.
But Dun was just so tanky, he managed to survive for that long. In the end, did fall to the 4-man rotation coming from the side of BJK, and they want to return the favor here, trying to get the Sage Golem from the blue side. They managed to get a kill to go along with it. That's the death of Fu, and that is going to mean that they will be able to pressure the top tier 2 tower as well, because lacking Joyu means that you lack a lot of crowd control, a lot of far range magical damage, and you will not be able to hold on to your towers without that.
But once again, we see it. Even though NRX has not been as aggressive in the early game, BJK have activated once again. Mulan has pushed that Clash Lane all the way to the higher ground turret already, 3-10 minutes. And it's looking to do the same with the Clash Lane. She is heavily down there. She's taken the first tier turret as well. So it's just, this is definitely the advantage that BJK go for. It is applying pressure with the Mulan.
Absolutely. Lady Sun though is getting to reaching critical mass very soon. Already had the Axe of Torment completed. Just a bit more gold until she completes the Eternity Blade, which is gonna provide her with a huge burst of damage. But let's see if they're able to win any fights before she gets to that point, because until then, she's not really at her full power yet.
Not full power yet, but it's the opening BGK have here with the enemy jungle. It is definitely a sought-for thing. Very sought-for thing to have in such a competitive match. We have Luna going 1v1 against Guanya down in the Clash Lane, actually managing to pick him off, and we have the minions at the turret as well, so we could potentially see that if it's not going to get stopped here by Shoyu. But once again, Mulan is back to her lane, pushing those minions to the higher ground. She is putting so much pressure on the Clash Lane here on the side of BJK.
Sage Golem will be secured there by Rekna, another great hero to get the Sage Golem buff. That will allow her to continue on with the fights better. But, oh, Atix doing so much damage to her still. Rekna wants to fight as well, pops the ultimate. Might need to relocate that as well, but Atix towards the Batman catches too. The follow-up damage, is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Botnet as well as Old Shield 7 able to escape, but not before they lose the tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. And now things are looking really good for BJK. They have complete map control, they have the kills, they have the gold lead, and they will look to completely wipe out the jungle on the side of NRX before going for the second, before going for the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, Bobnet needs to count his blessings there. He didn't even have ultimate, so he could not do any pushback. He could not activate the beast to stay alive. All he had triggered was a shield, and that was it. That's all he had. He had a shield and a dream. He managed to get out of that little bit of a implication there against BJK and survive. So fair play to Bobnet, playing that very safe and staying alive for his team. But once again, Sage buff is no longer an issue for Luna to be contested, because NRX have the backs against the wall once again with their jungle just being wide open. It is like an all-you-can-eat buffet here for BJK.
Yeah, BJK is definitely shoving their, just filling their faces right now, going for both the Tyrant and Overlord at the same time. That is maximum greed coming from the side of BJK, but they are that confident at the moment. They set 2 heroes on both sides to secure both objectives, and they will get both objectives as well.
This is a different kind of beast, but we see Guan Yu going down, taking down the Luna, but we have Rekna coming around, but it's not going to chase Guan Yu there, because there is a team fight going on in the mid lane, but there's a re-engage from NRX there, well played by Buggy, negating a lot of the damage that Dia Chan could have done there in potential, but we're having Mulan once again in the Clash Lane, just doing what she does best. It is that split push potential. They got to watch out. She can't finish the crystal just yet. I don't see it happening, because without those empowered minions, the minions just don't do enough damage. Here's still looking to do it, but oh my god, Mulan is looking for a backdoor. It's a Hail Mary play, but I don't think it's going to be the outplay that they need. It's just a little bit too late for Vanguard to reach the crystal.
Still, Liz just did so much work by herself, killing off the Guan Yu, killing off the Lady Sun, and that will allow E2JJ as well as Rekna to put full focus on this mid as well as bottom tier 3 tower. They're gonna get the mid. Will they get the bottom? Maybe, but Still and Fu is already there to defend, so they should not get anything else other than that.
I just don't know how BJK have managed this. They've not only matched the ferocity and the pace of NRX from that first game, they've just like made it tenfold. It's just 10 plus. It's like the pace, the tempo has not been interrupted as of yet by NRX, but I feel like it can still be with little minor victories. It's all riding on this 0-3-0-7 here on the Lady Sun pick. It's currently 4 kills to 1 death, but being behind by so much gold as an overall is an issue for NRX, and basically putting the Lady Sun back on the spotlight. This is the issue I feel like NRX is going to have going forward.
Yeah, but NRX, like you said, Lady Sun has been the focal point here, and she's about to complete the Daybreaker, one of her most important items, which basically means that once she gets that, she is probably at 90% strength. And we did see her really providing a lot of damage in the previous fights, where Ragnar trying to dive in, trying to do the best she can, taking a lot of damage from the Lady Sun, but still soaking up a lot of damage himself, able to just walk away from that. Absolutely no fear. OG07 on the other hand took a bit of splash damage, is already down to almost falling there, so that showcases just the amount of burst damage that the Ragnar can really bring. Guani going straight for the backline into JJ in trouble, but Ragnar will be there to try and protect him for as long as she can. But Lady Sun, oh, look at the damage that she can do. Trying to do it all on herself. Not enough to finish them off, but enough to scare them away from the tier 3 tower.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we're seeing here, it could be a potential game over here for NRX. We have BJK at the door. Now takes down Lady Sun, so the huge damage potential currently on their team. The only one alive is Boo. Boo is down, so there is no more damage to be had right now. They have Derenji still up, Mulan can soak so much damage, and we have Muzi up as well, so they're just having to defend and clear the minions, because if they don't, that crystal is at critical point of being taken down by BJK again. Here comes another wave of minions in the mid, in the farm lane, and in the clash lane. That is like a Amazon delivery parcel coming through, because that came at the right time, but they're still managing to hold it off.
The one good thing about the lineup coming from the side of NRX is that there are so many heroes with knockbacks. They've got the Guan Yu, they've got the Zhang Fei, they've also got the Zhou Yu to be able to just push the wave away from the tower, keeping it alive as long as possible, and that allowed them to at least hold on to the game for now. Maybe if they get a couple more objectives, they are able to even things out, but they do need a Lady Sun in this fight without her getting nuked. Yurian trying to go for the Lady Sun, but taking too much damage by himself.
Nice, trying to take out the Renji. The Reggie goes down. It is a little bit of a mishmash here. We have 3 of the tanky champions. They do manage to get down to the back line though. Ragnar takes out Fu, but still coming through and claiming Ragnar as well. So it's all up to Luna, Mulan, and okay, no, it's no longer Muzi. It is just Luna and Mulan, and they're having to come together in this mid lane. But 0307 is still saying, just hold on me, just stand by me, guys. I've still got potential, I've still got fuel in the back. And it looks like NRX are going to go for a Tyrant here.
Should be able to get it. OG07 is a bit low though, so she has to watch out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mulan's just gonna steal the tier 3 tower. Nothing that the Guan Yu can really do about it. So that is going to be super minion spawn there from the side of BJK. Continuous map pressure going towards their way. Right now, NRX needs to win one team fight and try and end the game, because if not, that means they are going to be stuck in their base for a very long time.
Very, very long time, but they're clashing onto the Mulan. They're trying to work this Mulan down until she has a little health or close to half health, because we can see that Lady Sun is chilling back. They don't want Lady Sun to be in there in this early team fight, because if any damage gets done to Lady Sun, it's a glass cannon. You are basically putting yourself at high risk here. They did a good push there, but they've also been met by a great defense by BJK. They've managed to hold up Vanguard in that mid lane. Mulan still doing what Mulan's doing best, is pushing that clash lane, keeping the pressure on the clash lane. Still tier 1 turret. However, in the clash lane, 16 minutes into the game, tier 1 turret still up. Mulan is a dedicated mum to this clash lane. She's looking after it like it's her baby. But they do take down the Tyrant as well, so Shadow Tyrant going for BJK, giving them more immense damage and movement speed increase, which is only going to perfect these next team fights.
Absolutely, Luna just waiting for one final piece of the puzzle, which is the Sage Golem buff before joining potentially the last fight of this game. But once she gets it, she is going to be making her way towards the mid lane or the bottom lane. And that will signal the beginning of the end for NRX. Can they hold on though? Can they try their best to just push back BJK and keep themselves alive for at least a couple more minutes?
I think that's what they're going to do. But I mean, you can see who the staple pick here, who they're trying to keep alive. Is that Lady Sun. She has the red buff, she has the blue buff, but they have to keep that front line up and ready. It has to take a pounding, have that sustain whilst Lady Sun is doing the damage. But Guan Yu into the back of the line there, taking out Renji as well, and looking to pop up some more. Rekna could be in trouble, but Luna takes a bomb net. It is already a 2-1 trade right now. Probably going on 3. No, 2-1 trade. We still have Rekna in the mix as well. Luna, everybody going in on Guan Yu. Manages to take him down, but it's only Mosey and Luna up. Can this be enough? I don't think it is, because both the damage dealers are there on the side of NRX. They are trying to keep their crystal alive. They have made Luna retreat, and Dunn comes through with the stun, prompting the second win there from Atix, and he managed to take down Lady Sun, but his team's wiped out.
I think that was the best that Atix could have done at that point of time, because if the Lady Sun was alive, they maybe could have pressured at least until the mid-tier 3 tower. But bringing down the marksman, bringing down the most farmed hero on the enemy side means that, you know, even though you get aced here from the side of BJK, there's not going to be a lot of map pressure coming from the enemy side. So those small victories is going to mean that they keep the lead and not be in any way of pressure for themselves.
Absolutely. Like you say though, there's a lot of magic damage on the side of BJK, and if NRX just build quite a lot of magic defense, which we can see a little bit within these kits coming through here, that's not going to be an issue to them. And it's kind of, you can see that now, because as we saw that, like, we had still taken a 3-on-1 in the red side of the jungle, taking all of Rekna's damage, and he was kind of just like, oh, is there something scratching my back right now, because I feel a little bit of an itch? But he just took it and just walked away. It's kind of just like he's now built up all that magical defense that he needs to keep himself alive to survive a all-on frontal attack from Rekna here.
Absolutely. 3 succubus cloaks already completed. I'm pretty sure Bobnet is trying to get that for himself as well. The name of the game is now survival and protect Our Lady Sun. Protect Madam President here, because she is going to be the way that she's going to be the way that, you know, NRX is able to win this game. It's just protecting Lady Sun, allow Lady Sun to do the damage that she does, and with that, hopefully being able to crawl back to the game. The net worth isn't very far at the moment, only 2,700 gold separating both these teams. It is basically negligible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we was talking about it earlier. At 12 minutes in, it looked like the game was already over, but still, NRX have managed to actually maintain this match to go to the Tempest. The Tempest Dragon is now up, so we're back again at the same point of the last match, where BJK managed to actually close down the last match here. They have Vanguards at the Crystal, but there's a lot of damage going on here. A lot of soaking of damage. We see that Fu falls down by the Mulan. Mulan is at the back of the queue. Resurrection goes up. She was looking for a Hail Mary push there into the Crystal back walls. We see Lady Sun being focused here, but Lady Sun managed to take a kill. Renji takes down Bobnet there. Lady Sun and Guan Yu are the only hope here for BGK, but the Vanguards are doing what they do best. Urian tried to finish it off at the end of the Crystal, but no! Still failed here. NRX is still in it. Even with Vanguard pushing the Crystal, they are still in it. What is going on?
The lineup was just so good for defending the Crystal. I mean, you've got Guan Yu, you got Zhou Yu, you got Zhang Fei, all these heroes able to push back the Vanguards, and that stopped them, that allowed the Crystal to regain invulnerability, and that also allowed Lady Sun the longest of time to continue rolling about, continuously doing damage, and one by one they fall to the physical damage of Madam President, because Oshio 7 is now fully online. Atix, no Sage Golem buff for you, sir. You have to play like a normal human.
Yeah, you cannot have that cooldown reduction and mana regen as you liked for the rest of the game. We're going to continue as we did from the early doors, where it was taking your Sage buff from you, but now it's going to be Lady Sun taking that Sage buff from you. But we still see BJK Liz looking to maintain this push in the Clash lead. They're committed to the grind. I have to appreciate it. I have to notice it. Game recognized game. They are committed to the Clash lane push.
Atix did manage to find a Sage Golem buff for himself, so she's feeling more comfortable taking the next fight. Meanwhile, top lane, the Mulan, the pressure coming from Liz means that Buggy has to pretty much stay up there for the entirety of the game. If not, this Mulan might at any point of the game just steal away your crystal. And that is gonna mean that at any point in time, you know, BJK might find themselves in a 4 vs 5 scenario because Buggy has to stay in the top lane, making sure it's not backdoored.
Absolutely, it's that Hail Mary pray. They're looking for the third and final charm, but I feel like that was a little bit of bait here. We have Mulan maybe looking to join the team fight, but also could potentially push this mid lane as well to apply more pressure going into this Tempest Overlord fight here. Once again, we have the minions go in there. Minions have taken down the shield of the Crystal, but Yuanyu is still there to defend. We're having a bit of a push here between the teams. Back of the queue is Mulan with the CC immunity taken out. Lady Sun, Madam President is down. It is ground zero here for NRX. This could be the end for NRX, and it was a great bait under the Tempest Overlord fight. Double kill for Rekna, still goes down. It's only one you alive. There is all of them over there, and the Winions take the victory for BJK 2-0 against NRX.
Liz was just laser focused on trying to get towards the backlines, get towards the Lady Sun, and in the end, he was the one to be able to bring her down, and that allowed BJK Esports to take a 2-0 win against IWNRX in the opening match of the HOK Invitational Season 1.
Yeah, wow, like such a performance that both of these teams put on here. I don't feel like NRX should be anywhere near as sad as they should be. There was no stomp to be had. It was a hard-fought victory and a hard-fought defeat for them here. So, but unfortunately, BJK do take the 2-0, giving themselves a great footing in day one of the Season 1 Invitational.
Absolutely great showing for both teams, but in the end, BJK Esports show us what they're made of. And they will be in a comfortable position right now. 2-0 in the first opening match against IWNRX. You gotta be happy, you gotta be confident about that. And on the flip side, IWNRX, they look a little bit down, but they know they're not out yet. This is gonna be a long tournament, and they have to be ready and prepared for the next one.
Absolutely. I mean, their next game isn't until tomorrow, which is against Major Pride, but now they can take a seat back. Look what they did wrong in this match, which wasn't a lot. Let's admit, it wasn't a lot. It was just the fact that BJK had so much presence and pressure in those clash lanes with the Mulan. The Mulan pick was incredible for BJK. Liz just dominating that whole fight. But going forward into the second match, they can think about what happened in this match, but they can also monitor their opponent for tomorrow, which is Major Pride. So they're going to have a little bit of learning, a little bit of a not so good high watching this next match, but they can still take something from it. And here's both teams shaking hands in a good competitive manner here. But well played to BJK, even though I got your name wrong about 10,000 times. I will not do it any longer. You have the bland pledge. Well done, team.
Absolutely great showing for the home ground team. They definitely had their home ground support there. And yeah, let's take a look at the final scores for the side on both sides, in fact. And yeah, Atix was absolutely huge on the Luna this game. E2JJ wasn't really an impact in terms of kills, but boy was he just very mobile, just continuously doing damage. And Liz, I think hands down MVP of the game for game number 2.
Do you think we've got it right this time? Do you think that BJK Liz is going to be the MVP of second match? Because it could either go to Atix or Rekna, or even, like you say, in terms of kills, E2JJ did not get many, but the fact that he was there, the presence of that Durenji really helped BJK there, I feel. But looking at the damage dealt, it is very close, but you can see there, once again, E2JJ taking 25% of the damage. Is in team fights more than half the time, which isn't as much as Rekna and Atix and Muzi, but he is definitely there in terms of the gold. He's in the top 3 there in the gold. It could again, however, go to anybody on BJK. They all held their own there, I feel.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone just knew their role, knew what they needed to do, And at no point in the game it felt like the game was slipping through their fingers. They were in complete control almost throughout the game. If you look at the objectives the NRX were able to get, it isn't very much. One Tyrant and one Shadow Overlord across the entirety of 20 minutes of the game. That is a very paltry sum compared to what BJK was able to get.
But again, I think that just just pays dividends to the fact that they're able to push these lanes. So it opens up not only gold prize pools, but there it is. You were correct. BJK Liz gets the MVP with that stomping Mulan pick, being a true testament to his team with the split pushing, enabling them to all take from the enemy farm, but then also, as we saw, the Tempest, the Overlord, and the Tyrants were more so taken on the side of BJK there. And I think it's all down to this fantastic pick and presence in the lanes from BJK Liz.
Fun fact is that Mulan isn't even one of his signature heroes. His signature heroes is Mei and Charlotte. So if this is what Liz can do with a hero that he's not fully comfortable in or fully confident in, I will be afraid to see him use Mei or Charlotte.
Absolute monster. Absolute monster. But it's all propped up by his team. I don't think there is one weak link within BJK at that first best of 3 there. They are just a solid unit. And the fact that they can withstand that Lady Sun, they managed to just outplay Miss Madam President herself, even though it looked like it towards that one crystal fight. They were all wiped out. I got a bit sweaty. I don't know about you, Zero, but I was kind of just like, oh my gosh, this could go to a full best of 3, and what a way to open up. But unfortunately for NRX, it did go to 2-0. But yes, MVP well deserved by BJK Liz. But it is all about his team. Atex was fantastic, Regner, E2JJ, Ryan on the Muzi pick. I would honestly say that the Muzi pick for Ryan was a lot better performed in this match.
Absolutely, he did so much with the crowd control, with the long-range stuns. Has been on point with being able to set up the fight, set up good openings for both Liz as well as Atex to go for the back lines. And with that, like you said, all of the players from the side of BJK, they did their roles, they did what they needed to do. They did that 20%, and when your entire team does 20%, that's your team performing at 100%.
Absolutely. I'd probably even argue that they did 25%. I mean, you could probably pass off a little more to BJK Liz, absolutely stomping at that clash lane. And not even 10 minutes in, the clash lane was gone. It was just completely KO'd. We were just waiting for that big old crystal fight to just pay dividends, and then the minions won it towards the end anyway. But it was all thanks to the fantastic team play of BJK.
Absolutely. Makes them look like a very scary opponent for anyone who's going to be facing them. And I'm pretty sure after this opening match, there are going to be a lot of eyeballs on BJK on how they just dismantled NRX in the opening series of this HOK Invitationals Season 1.
Absolutely. I mean, what a way to start it off. We've already said it before. 2 Turkish teams battling off. NRX versus BJK. It has been a fantastic performance from both of them, even though it was 2-0 defeat for them. But I feel like NRX really did try, especially in that first match where we had the aggressive start. We honestly thought that it's like, oh my gosh, honestly, there is so much of a great pace. But I feel like going forward, NRX just need to learn their tempo. And BJK completely showed us in that second match that they know how to tempo. They know how to tango with 5 people, even though it only takes 2 to tango.
Absolutely. I mean, it showcases that how many of these hidden gems are out there in the HOK scene, and that makes me excited to watch the next game as well. We have FUT Chaos going up against Major Pride in our second best of 3 series of the day. Major Pride, the only team from the CIS region in this tournament. They have a lot of experience in other game titles, but this will be their first big showing in Honor of Kings, and I'm excited to see what they have in store for us.
Absolutely. For those that didn't see the introduction to the tournament video, their main words were from Major Pride. You may not know us, but you will soon see our strength. So let's see if they can back up those very chilling words from themselves there, because I mean, if you now take a 2-0 stomp from FUT Chaos here, I'm going to be like, okay, I can't take those words as serious as I did originally. I thought I was dealing with the villain of the HOK Season 1 Invitational Championship there. I was like, oh, okay, that's like bone chilling right there. But I'm really looking forward to this match, especially after the the game-winning talks, but also for Chaos and Major Pride. We've not seen any of these teams play. We only saw NRX play yesterday against Stalwart, so we had a little bit of a flavor there, a bit of a taste for what was to come. But this is completely unknown waters, unknown territories, and the chef is about to really just unveil your plate with that big silver thing, and we'll be like, damn, that's either tasty, or damn, that was destroyed.
Yeah, I think FUT Chaos is going to be where a lot of players, a lot of the audience, of the viewers are going to be focusing on, because FUT is one of those teams in the Turkish region having a lot of pedigree, a lot of history, competing in multiple different game titles, and of course they have to field a team here being played on Turkish soil. It's the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. And their lineup is no slouches either. They've been able to compete in the Honor of Kings International Championship 2022 Turkish qualifiers, made it all the way towards the wildcard. So these guys, they do know what they're doing as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, they've been in the wildcard qualifier. It is basically, they've just now got to learn what they've taken away from that and apply it to this next enemy.
Yeah, Major Pride against FUT Chaos will be our next match, ladies and gentlemen, in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1. You're watching day 1 of the group stages. There are plenty of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 to go, but let's take a look at the interview with the winners of the last game. It is Besiktas Esports.
Beşiktaş'ın orman oyuncusu Atix'le birlikteyiz. Turnuvanın ilk galibiyeti. Atix, öncelikle seni tebrik ediyoruz. Tabii ki böyle bir seyirci önünde oynamak ve ilk galibiyet neler hissettirdi?
We are joined by the jungler of Besiktas, Atix. Atix, congratulations first of all. How does it feel to secure the victory in front of a crowd like this?
Öncelikle turnuvanın ilk oyununda galibiyetle çıktık. Ve turnuvanın ilk oyunu olduğu için ister istemez bir heyecan vardı. Bu kalabalığın önünde de oynamak tabii ki ister istemez heyecan yaptırıyor insana. Fakat yaptığımız her şeyde sonuna kadar kararlıydık yani. Yaptığımız her şeyin farkındaydık. Kazanacağımızı bilerek çıktık maça. Onun dışında rakibin bizden birazcık önde gözükmesinin sebebi de rakibin bize kıyasla biraz daha ağır bir komp kurmasıydı. Ondan dolayı. Fakat kazanacağımızdan %100 emindik yani.
Well, it is obviously really exciting to play in front of a crowd like this, and although there was quite a bit of excitement, we managed to beat that in the first stages of the game, and we knew we were really decisive in our decisions, and we knew that we were going to win 100%, and the reason the opponent looked stronger than us was that they had kind of a stronger team comp, but still we were quite decisive and we knew that we were going to win.
3 koridoru da yıktınız ama maçı bitirmekte biraz zorlandınız. O anlarda neler yaşandı?
So you managed to destroy all 3 of the lanes, but you couldn't really close out the game. Could you tell us about what went on during those moments?
Dediğim gibi rakibin ağır bir kompu vardı. Ondan dolayı rahatça kapatamıyorduk oyunu. Fakat nasıl diyeyim? Rakipleri açıkçası öldürerek yapmaya çalıştık, bitirmeye çalıştık. Çünkü onun dışında başka bir bitirme şeyimiz yoktu. Pozisyonumuz yoktu yani.
It was quite difficult to close out the game because the opponents had a really tough and difficult team comp to overcome. So instead of trying to overcome them, we just decided to kill them, and that's how we secured the win.
Çok fazla destekçiniz var. Burada gerçekten heyecanlı anlar da yaşandı. Sizi destekleyenlere nasıl bir mesaj verirsin Atix?
You have quite a few supporters here on the stage and in front of their screens as well. What do you want to say to them after this victory?
Öncelikle bizi desteklemeye gelen herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Desteğiniz gerçekten bizim için çok önemliydi. Bize bir motive oldunuz ve açıkçası kazanmamızın sebeplerinden biri de sizsiniz. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you for supporting us and motivating us. Your support is a huge reason why we won. Thank you.
Başarılarınızın devamını diliyoruz.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Sözü şimdi sunuculara bırakalım.
This one. Or this one. Ow!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship! Get him! He's over there!
Change your mind?
So you're not with them? Ladies first! Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Lupa? Got it! Hey, G-Shot, firepower!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my fight sequence. Let me just take a bite out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will riddle the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Getting away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah! I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational Istanbul 2024. Today you have myself, Blam, and joining me is Zero. What did you think of that last match?
Absolute banger. If you have no idea what was happening, it was just one of the best games, best ways to open the Invitational Season 1. And it makes me more excited to watch the next game as well, which is going to be FUT Chaos going up against Major Pride as the second game of the first day of the group stages.
Absolutely, and as you said, what a way to kick it all off, because it was all both teams were representing the region of Turkey, and what a match they did put on for us.
Absolutely, and next up we have Major Pride, who is going to be the sole representative of the CIS region. So needless to say, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but I'm pretty sure they are ready to at least give us a great show. In the pre-match introductions, like you said, they were giving a lot of fighting words, you know. What did they exactly say again?
You may not know us, but soon you will see our strength. And I can't think of anything more villainous to say going into the tournament, being the only representative from the CIS region, which really puts a really big pressure on you as well. Like you said, not only going against your Turkish team, which you can have a lot of the offline crowd support, but to say those words, I'm pretty sure they mean it. I'm pretty sure they can definitely show that they definitely mean those words, and they are definitely here to stay.
Absolutely. I mean, they look prepared, they look poised. You see them on the stage right now, and yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a lot of, like you said, being the tournament being happening in Istanbul means that you know, FUT has a lot of home ground support, a lot of supporters on ground. The home ground advantage do come into play sometimes, but as professionals, which I definitely feel that Major Pride is, they will definitely be able to tune that out and play to their full strength.
Oh, absolutely. I'm pretty sure those big headphones will definitely have something to do with it. But along with those big headphones, depending on who wins, this is all powered by our sponsor, Infinix. And the model of phone that they are using is the Infinix GT Pro, which is an innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All-century game engine, high refresh rate, immerses you in the purest game experience. So shout out once again to Infinix for sponsoring the tournament.
Absolutely, all the players are playing on the Infinix GT10 Pro right now on stage, and you can see how well they're performing. I mean, all these teams that you don't expect, you know, to be giving us such a great match. I mean, we've watched a lot of the other qualifier regions, and you know, they've kind of fallen short one way or another. But if the first game between IWNRX and Besiktas Esports has anything to show, it shows us that, you know, these teams are here to compete with their full potential.
Absolutely, absolutely, and definitely the devices do allow this. All things can happen in the Gorge, and I'm definitely here for it. I'm just really interested to see what these teams actually decide to do in terms of their bans and their draft picks. Will we see something very similar to NRX versus BJK, or will we see something completely different? Because we were seeing the likes of like the Jing, the Pei, Princess Frost, the Chow getting banned. Those were the prio 4 picks for both of these teams both times. Will we actually see something a little bit different come through this time? But like you say, this is the good thing about different regions and having different teams from those regions, is the fact that not everything's going to be copy pasta. It's going to be the Turkish region may copy what NRX and BJK have done, but the CIS region may have something in their pocket that they are holding on to. They probably won't show it at the group stages, but I can imagine there's going to be a little bit of flavor going on with this team.
Yeah, we did have a glimpse of the coach from the side of FUT Chaos, Booking, who has a lot of experience coaching KPL teams, Nova Esports coach, ex-coach, as well as Rogue Warriors ex-coach as well, and he will be providing a lot of support going towards the way of FUT Chaos, giving them insights on more experienced teams and how they play, and that's going to be their advantage. But of course, like you said, Major Pride, being from a region where, you know, it's not much known to the world what they play, what sort of play style they have, that is the advantage, because knowing is half the battle, and not many people will know what Major Pride is gonna do.
Absolutely, but let's have a quick little look at the players on these teams, and we're seeing some familiar faces from the KIC 2023 roster. We have Ryuga, Noir, we have Snape, Lost, and then we have Void. So a few different additions there on the team of FUT Chaos, and obviously, as you said, with their new coach. I imagine what they've gathered from KIC with the new coach as well. There's going to be a lot of flavor and a lot of difference going on there. And on the side of Major Pride, if you want to fill in us with the players on that team.
Yep, Shisui, Alimski, Redski, Kinesis, and Overlord will complete their lineup with Shorty as their coach. They will look to dominate Honor Kings, like just how they dominated in other game titles as well. So definitely looking like a very strong contender and a very good representative for the entire region as a whole.
Absolutely. I mean, they've been invited here for a reason, so let's see what that they have to offer for us on the live stage going into this first match. Game 1 of this first match of the best of 3. If there's any new people joining us, the group stage format, wow, that was way more difficult to say than I actually read it. The group stage format takes place between obviously today up until the 5th of March, and this will consist of a best of 3 single round robin between these teams. But don't worry, your favorite team, if you do find a favorite team within this group stage, they do not get knocked out straight away. They will receive and stay in the knockout stage, but it is those top 2 teams from the group stages that get to pick their first victim in going into the knockout stages. So being at those top 2 team stages, places, is definitely where you want to be.
Absolutely. They definitely will have a lot of work to do, especially coming into the first draft. Their preparation has prepared them for this matchup. Let's see how they take the first game, how they react to their opponents' picks, bans, and drafts, and how will they be able to get the win in the first game.
There we go. We got a little love art there from one of the players on FUT Chaos. I believe that was, is that Void, I think it is, or is it Lost? I believe it's Lost. But there we go. A nice little hand gesture from the team, knowing that he's representing Turkey. Very proud. But the ban drafts are coming through here, and we're seeing a straight go for Diachan, Decho, and I believe it is that Dolia?
Yeah, that's Dolia.
Yes.
Being banned out there from the side of Major Pride. FUT is going to take out the Arlie, not allowing them to get that very mobile marksman.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Arlie. So Arlie once in the last matchup there, in the last best of 3, did quite well. I believe it was on the side of BJK in the first match, because obviously NRX had a Durango, so yes, it was Blam. You answered your own question. Well done, thank you. And then we have Muzi being the prio pick on the side of Major Pride. This was the prio pick for BJK in the second game as well. So Muzi is definitely having a bit of love in the group stage.
Yeah, Muzi is always that great support where you can just put it into any sort of lineup, whether it's going to be an aggressive one, whether you're going to play it more safe. It has so much far range crowd control that, it's such a strong laner as well, being able to bully the opponent's marksman by being at a safe distance as well. So was always a great support to open up with. You're not really committing into anything, you're not revealing anything in your strategy, and that allows you to draft more freely later on.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing. The FUT Chaos's draft right now is definitely not something to look over. We have Mai being the prio pick there in the mid lane, and then Django Faye definitely going to be the roam of the team, which is already setting up for a great one. And Snape locks in the Charlotte. She did fall to the Banhammer in the past match, so getting to see the SNK hero Charlotte coming onto the Gorge is going to be, forgive me for lack of better words, gorgeous.
Definitely. Charlotte, one of Void's signature heroes in the Clash lane. We'll definitely see him make a huge impact in this game. And he is going to has his work cut out for them, because running into a Dun as well as a Mozu, not the best sort of opponent that you want to run into, because there's a lot of crowd control from both of those heroes, and you have to be really good with your timings to not get caught out and just killed off. Charlotte relies a lot on her mobility, on her abilities to go in and out, and if you just lock her down, she is not really that tanky as a Clash lane.
Absolutely, and I feel like that's where the Muzi and the Dune pick comes in, because not only do you have Dune with the ultimate being able to latch onto and CC these champions like Charlotte, but then also you have Muzi with the long range CC of his first ability, and then also the shutdown with his ultimate. But not only that, you got Derenji as well. Derenji has CC, so all these three champions right now on the side of Major Pride have CC within their kit. And Derenji also has a Purify within his kit as well, so trying to lock that champion down is going to be an interesting thing, or at least an interesting task for FUT Chaos to do. But those last two bans on both of the teams, we have Lady Sun, so Madam President has gone down, and we've seen Marco Polo be taken down on the side of Major Pride. And then over to FUT Chaos's bans.
Yeah, Princess Frost as well as Byron being taken out there. So you can see Major Pride really focusing on the marksman as the last two bans, not wanting anything stronger than the Derenji being allowed into the pool. While on the side of FUT Chaos, knowing that Major Pride doesn't really have any mid laners as of yet, will ban out the Princess Frost. But looks like Major Pride locking in the Sun Bin as well as Mulan. This might be a mid lane Mozi.
Potentially, yes, it could definitely be. I mean, he is a mage by nature, but we've seen him as roam mainly. So I believe, would it be Mulan in the Clash lane? We're potentially looking at the Dun in the jungle. Yeah, okay, so then we're seeing something as the roam. Ooh, interesting. Interesting flavor there. I mean, Muzi with the long range CC is definitely a great way to counter the Mai anyway, so I feel like that was a great pick. And maybe even foreshadowing that might come through from Major Pride here. But we're also getting the new champion to the server, which is Huang Zhong. I believe that's how you say his name?
Yep, it is Huang Zhong. He's one of the furthest ranged marksmen in the game, next to Garo. So he is, for those who do not know, he is a very late game oriented marksman. He can turn into a tank, which makes him a huge defensive force. It's very hard to walk into his range because he can just bombard you with high physical critical damage from a far range. So having that Huang Zhong secures your late game. Now it's just a matter of getting to that late game for the side of FUT.
Absolutely, and I feel like after seeing those fighting words from Major Pride, I feel like that is probably going to be their hardest task, is getting that farm lane to the end game. But if we do see that, we've got the utility of Zhang Fei and also Lam as well, because they can push those champions from the enemy team away from Huang Zhong as well, so giving him that huge range, being able to get him into a stationary position with empowered basic attacks is going to be one of the things I'm going to be looking out for in this match in terms of the competition and the actual playstyle of FUT Chaos.
Yeah, the draft looks like something you see in a KPL match, you know, setting up the supports to protect your carry, which is going to be the Huang Zhong. That's going to be definitely one of what the entire draft was being aimed for from the side of Blue King. So that's going to be the advantage that FUT has. You know, having the Lam, having the Zhang Fei providing support for the one true carry towards the end. That is going to be what Major Pride needs to shut down, because if they don't handle the early game well, that Huang Zhong is just going to be able to do whatever he wants.
Absolutely, and there we go. We see that both of the coaches shaking hands. It's not going to be long now until we get into the Gorge, into match 2 of day 1 already, which it already seems to be flying by, but because we're having so much fun right now with Honor of Kings and the first of its global esports efforts. There is so much more to come, guys. Those that are new to the scene, those that are true and tested in the scene as well. we do have a Season 2 Invitational taking place in June, which we hope to get more information soon about that. So stay tuned. Eyes are peeled back to wait for that information to come out. But here we are, into the Gorge. First game, match 2, Major Pride versus FUT Chaos.
Yeah, and we see a mad scramble towards the mid lane, trying to get into position in the bushes, making sure that because both of these mid laners, they don't have a lot of wave clear by themselves. They're mostly a single target damage. They need to get into position to push out the waves as quickly as possible to allow the rotations to happen. Because if you're slow in clearing out the mid wave, that means your opponents have the upper hand. You do not want to miss any experience, but you don't want to let your opponents have the numbers advantage when they are rotating as well.
Absolutely. Interesting little tactic going on here. We see Mulan and Durenji now that they're actually rotating, but they started off in opposite lanes. Maybe just to freeze that wave in the clash lane, which is now freeing up Durenji to rotate around. But now they decided, right, okay, we've tried that. It's probably not the best matchup against Mulan very early game. Going against Wanzong, especially with the range and attack speed, he is quite a ferocious farm lane champion right now. So they have now switched up that position. Durenji now going back down to the farm lane as well. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a strange one here. We've had no engage with the enemy jungle from the side of Major Pride, or vice versa from FUT Chaos. It has been very, very tame to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, Lamb is one of those heroes. If he gets a good start, he can snowball the game out of control. But he can play from behind as well. So maybe they felt, at least for the side of Major Pride, they felt that they don't have to shut down Lost as hard as you would if you want to shut down something like a Zilong. So they just let him be, making sure that they secure their own lanes. And so far, it's just been a very, even game in terms of the network and experience so far.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think that's going to be what we see all the way through. I think we're going to get a true pre-4-minute match where people are just farming up, getting their heroes to a steady level going into the Tyrant fight, which is where we may see that first clash go in. But my Snape on the side of FUT Chaos is definitely being very playful with this champion, going in for the engages, disengaging, doing a little bit of cheapy poke damage there, and then just getting out just to say, like, you know what, we're not completely going to be tame here. We are going to show you that we do mean business, and we are going to do a bit of damage to you as well when you're not looking. But I feel like here with Lamb, he's going to have a better time ganking that clash lane rather than the farm lane here, because of obviously all the extra bushes around and hopefully trying to get onto Mulan.
Yeah, Snape's trying to do that by herself. I guess spotted out there, maybe gets knocked back, but she's gets knocked into the wall, but able to escape there just in time. Void wasn't able to follow up with the control and the burst coming from the side of Snape, so Shisui won't be able to live to see another day.
Absolutely. But as we saw there in the mid lane, Lamb was not letting that mid lane wave going to waste. He was farming that up, as we saw Mai trying to go in there to get the first blood for the team, because we all know that the extra bit of gold for first blood is always going to be something sorted for. You'd rather be the acquirer of the first blood rather than the actual victim of being first blood here.
Of course. Any bit of gold do snowball you the game, especially in such a high tempo game that is the Honor of Kings. So you need every little advantage you can get, because that will allow you to get the next advantage even easier.
Especially on the likes of a champion like Mai as well. Getting every little bit of advantage just for that extra damage earlier on is going to definitely benefit these team fights going forward. So let's going to see what happens around these Tyrants and Overlord fights. They are now both spawned. Lamb is going for the Sage buff before preparing for potential Tyrant fight here.
Managed to secure it, and we'll go for the Tyrant. While they're actually trying to contest this. Not able to get it though from the side of Major Pride, but they might get a kill here. Very tanky.
Yep.
He managed to change into his beast form, but will fall towards the end. Will gets the kill. Nothing that Naur could really do to try and save his teammate there. He might be in danger himself, but Alimsky walked a bit too far out of the bush, gets caught out, might get stunned here though. Alimsky will follow up there with a stun, but there's no follow-up damage from the rest of his teammates. Mozu tries his best. He manages to transform and survive in the bush.
Yeah, so even trade there on both of the lanes. We see that Void was able to secure the Clash lane first tier turret, but we see that Major Pride and Kinesis were able to get the farm lane turret there. But well played to FUT Chaos managing to get the Tyrant. They did, however, lose the first blood. They are still ahead, though, in gold. Regarding and considering that they did lose first blood to Major Pride. It's all about what happens here now. We don't really want to see what happened with NRX and BJK, where there was a lot of pressure going on in the Clash lane and opening up all the way to that second tier turret, and everything else is up for grabs. But that was nicely done there. MP Kinesis managing just to get out there alive. It did seem like there was a potential kill there for Charlotte, however. Lamgo 1v1 here. The Mulan manages to pick up a kill for FUT Esports, FUT Chaos there. Nicely done. Lam in true fashion, being able to just 1v1 very early on.
Yep, and now FUT will be able to try and go for the Overlord for themselves. Should be able to get this without any issues. Alpha will be the one to get the last hit. We do see Mai already complete the Scepter of Reverberation, which means that her burst damage is going to go through the roof this early on. That is one of the power spikes. Overlord gets bursted down there by the Huangzhong, and they will manage to secure the mid-tier 1 tower as well. Nothing that MP can really do to try and fight back at the moment, because they are a little bit behind in terms of gold. And their Sage Golem right now is being contested. Alimsky doesn't do a lot of damage. They're trying to go for it, but now we're in a great position to deal the damage that he needs to do. Brings down one, which is the Mulan. Brings down the second as well, which is the Dun. And that gives them an even bigger advantage, because right now, giving the Huangzhong this good of a start early on spells doom and disaster later on in the game.
Absolutely, what a great setup there. I mean, we kind of saw it in the mid lane to begin with. We thought it was going to be a nice setup. It really was between the Charlotte and the Huangzhong there, and then we saw them manage to get a kill for Charlotte, but then setting up nicely on that Sage buff camp and being able to just take Mulan and the Dun down, like you say, is a great start for a champion like that in the farm lane.
He's already completed 2 items already on the side on the Huangzhong, now going for the Blood Reaper to allow him to continue in these fights, dealing the damage that he needs to do. So once he gets to that Daybreaker, that's when you know that the game is completely out of your hands. But before that, at the moment, there is still a chance to shut him down before he gets completely out of hand.
Absolutely, you can see him trying to slowly start to build the lifesteal as well, because he has the shield, but having that lifesteal, being able to run away but also dish out the damage at the same time, is going to keep him a lot more viable in these upcoming team fights and potential ganks from the enemy team as well. But currently, I don't see any ganks happening on the side of Major Pride, because their jungle is wide open. They have no tier 1 turrets now. It's all gone down. We have a very solidified and a Huangzhong there, just very stationary, just giving off a lot of pressure to Major Pride in that bot lane. Whilst Dun and Lam go 1v1. We've seen this already happen once against the Mulan, and we see Lam getting a big backup there from his team. Can he potentially get the kill? Dun's still alive, but yes! We managed to get it, and Mai takes down the Dorenchi as well. Zhang Fei also being a great asset into that team fight, just being an absolute beast at the front line.
Yeah, Mulan did manage to jump towards the back line and bring down the Huangzhong, but at what cost? You lose 3 of your heroes, you lose the mid-tier 2 tower, you're going to lose the Might Golem buff as well, and you're going to lose the bottom tier 2 tower. That is way too much map pressure right now from the side of FUT Chaos that Major Pride doesn't really look like they have an answer for it.
No, they really don't. I mean, we're still pre-10 minutes. They only have one last surviving second-tier turret, and Lam has just gone and taken a second Tyrant for his team. So FUT Chaos are now, once again, going to get that increased damage and movement speed that is well-deserved and well-needed, especially on the champion Huangzhong as well as Mai, these big burst champions that they are, big burst heroes that they are.
Things are not looking good here for Major Pride. They need to try and get a fight to go their way as soon as possible, because Direnj's timing is almost up. He's not really at his peak yet, but before he reaches his critical mass, this Huangzhong is going to be able to end the game already. So he needs to try and get a favorable fight for the rest of his team, but the damage coming from Mai almost burst down the Limsky on the Dun, which is not a soft hero. He is pretty tanky in his own right, but the Mai was just able to chip down his HP in a matter of seconds.
But just look at that economic curve going on down on that graph there. They are currently 9k ahead, which for FUT Chaos is definitely a desired position to be in. They've just taken the Tyrant and they've taken the Overlord as well. 10 minutes in, they have another 2 jungle objectives in the bag. What can Major Pride do to actually come back here? I don't think there's that much in terms of a late game plausibility.
Yeah, the late game definitely goes towards the way of FUT Chaos. So right now they need to try and get these pickups on the side of the map. But it looks like it will be FUT Chaos being the ones to get the pickoffs, because they managed to bring down Kinesis on the side, not really committing way too much. Only the Zhangfei ultimate there being used, but they are still ready to take fights. Wang Zhong, not afraid of anything at all, jumps in the middle of everybody, pops the ultimate to try and do some damage, but the tower defense was still up and he wasn't really able to get any kills. Everyone was still safely behind their high ground and their tower, so they will have to wait for the Shadow Vanguard to start attacking this mid-tier tower.
Yeah, the high ground turret is looking to go down here, so we are just over the 11-minute mark, and higher ground turrets are falling now on the side of Major Pride. Still behind with 6 kills. They are still way behind in the gold as well. There's a heavy presence up there in the clash lane. I mean, rightfully so, because Charlotte has already done all the legwork, and now that the Vanguard are coming through here with the Dragon as well, just to help. But Chaos going through, Lamb coming in true Lamb fashion, doing lots of damage like the assassin that he is, getting a triple kill. Lost, quad kill, popping off. Where was the Penta there? Complete ace. 11-minute game goes over to FUT Chaos. What was that? I don't think any of us were actually predicting it to end there.
Absolutely clean and surgical coming from FUT Chaos. And they do it in home ground. The home ground crowd looks very supportive. Look at that FUT win going across the crowd. They definitely do have the support. But Major Pride, that was a very tough situation to be in. From the get-go, it felt like they were behind in every way possible, and they just weren't able to close the gap or find any way to come back from that.
Yeah, no, I mean, Major Pride just suffered a major defeat there. That's a hard 1-0 to come back from. Considering the draft that they had as well, it's not like they had, like, bad champions. They weren't tier low champions. There were some decent picks. The Muzi into the mid lane to try and combat the Mai just didn't quite work out the way they thought it would. But again, they're going against a team, FUT Chaos. They've been to KIC, the wildcard qualifiers. They've played against some of the best teams within those qualifiers. And it looks like it's paying off with knowledge and wisdom that is clearly just, yeah, mental.
Absolutely. They look like they just outclassed Major Pride in the first games. Still, it is game number 1. There's plenty of more Honor of Kings to be played, and I'm pretty sure that's not all Major Pride has prepared for us today. I didn't really like the Sunbin support pick because I felt like they needed a bit more damage. Maybe something like a Princess Frost. I know it was banned, but that would have been a better replacement for the Sunbin and Princess Frost, just to provide a bit more crowd control and AoE damage. If not, you might need to play something unorthodox like a Angela support or a mage support that you really needed. But for the side of Major Pride, what they really needed was a bit more damage to follow up all the crowd control that they have.
Absolutely. I mean, even like mid laners like Zhao Chao was available, so having that, we've already seen it being paired with the Renji and going very, very well for teams like BJK and NRX have both played that mix-up and that team comp there. But yeah, like you say, the Muzi, the Sunbin going into the roam rather than keeping Muzi as the roam, I feel like could have been a much better shout for the team. But like you say, it's only game 1 in match 2. There could still potentially be another 2 games. But MVP for me, I feel like definitely has to go to
Lamb or Mai?
Yes, Lamb. Yes, Lamb or Mai, easily. Yes. There was a lot of plays being happened and being made by those two champions. And there we go. Lost gets the MVP with his 6-0 for Lamb. Just completely going ham with Lamb in that first game.
Absolutely. Highest net worth in his entire team as well. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be feeling very good about that performance. No deaths means that not giving up any of the streaks. And let's take a look at what Lost was able to do in this game, because he was just everywhere at once. He's just been getting solo kills, he's taking these fights, he's getting towards the back lines, he's doing it all for his team. And a well-deserved MVP for Lost.
Absolutely, but when we was going from the draft as well, we were saying that the Zhangfei and the Lamb are going to be a true counterpart here for the Huangzhong in the farm lane, and it definitely played dividends there within that team comp. As you can see, those pushbacks from Lost, just being able to just dive back, push the Lamb back in, push any of the backliners back into his team just to get them fed up. But even himself, getting 6 kills, he was there for the bounty, he was there to get them for his team, and it's like, give him over.
Absolutely. Very, very straightforward matchup. A draft reminiscent of what KPL drafts do happen. You've got all these supports for your late game carries, the Huangzhong being well protected, and that's a testament of the preparations that FUT Chaos have done to coming to this match. They've done their homework, now they just need to execute.
Absolutely. I mean, we're 3 games in technically for the entire day, and we've already seen a quadra kill at the Crystal. I feel like it can't get any better than this. Like, it is going to be the best way to kick off this tournament in day 1 already, and we're seeing that the Turkish representatives are definitely doing Istanbul very proud here with the offline crowd as well. And we saw a lot of support for FUT Chaos in the crowd as well. We saw the fans with the signs, #FUT win, and they definitely did win. There was no hesitation within that entire match that I thought this is where Major Pride could come back.
Yeah, but for side of FUT Chaos, they just made sure they never put their foot off the gas, and they are setting themselves up to look like a true contender in Group A. I mean, Besiktas Esports did perform very well, but I feel like FUT Esports may be a class ahead of everybody else in their respective groups.
Absolutely. We keep saying it, and we're going to keep saying it until we see a Brazilian victory, but Brazil definitely needs to watch out for these teams. Well, it's not much longer to actually see a Brazilian team bring to the table what they have, because Alpha7 will be up in the next match after this best of 3, but we can't discount this one yet, because there still could be potentially 2 matches left from Major Pride that can turn this round for a silver scrapes. We could see a undeniable 2-1 victory. It's still a lot to play for. There's still a lot to be seen by Major Pride.
Definitely, I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves as well. Their coach Shorty will have prepared something to get their team over this, and just hype them up a little bit, because you can't go into a tournament feeling down. You need to feel the blood rushing through your veins to your head, and that's when you're able to perform at your best. Major Pride is not over yet for you guys. This is a best of 3 series only in the group stages. You have to prove to the world why the CIS region is a region to be feared in the HOKC.
Absolutely, but on the back of that as well, so if they do take a 2-0 defeat from FUT Chaos, they then have to go against NRX, which is another Turkish representative, tomorrow. So they've really got to try and perform and say, look, we've taken down one of your teams. Next is NRX. So I feel like there's a lot riding on this match, especially being day 1, as we were saying previously, to get that foot in, to get that early foot in the door for your team in day 1, because you may not play in day 2, is a big thing as well to take away from day 1. And those at home, the actual gravity of the situation for some of these day 1 teams, yes, they may not get knocked out, but it's always best to have a good foot in if you're not playing in day 2.
Absolutely, you always want to start off on the top of the leaderboards, when especially after just one day. You want to see yourself in a good spot to at least not get eliminated immediately in the knockout stages. So starting off with a 2-0 win is definitely going to be a huge morale boost. We did see that with Besiktas Esports, but let's see if FUT Chaos is able to join their comrades with the same score, or will Major Pride force this to a game number 3?
Absolutely. I mean, is there anything that was noticeably that could be improved? That was a little spark of glimmer, a glimmer of hope for the team of Major Pride that could have been changed for you, Zero?
I think their individual lanes went alright. It's when the rotations that came in from FUT Chaos, Major Pride didn't seem to rotate fast enough, or had a good read on where the rotations are actually going to happen. So maybe the supports providing more of a vision role and scouting out the jungle, seeing which sort of jungle route that the enemy jungle is doing. That might be a way for them to be able to scout things out and be able to react ahead of time instead of being late to the party as always.
Absolutely. But like you say, yeah, there was none of that. Maybe that could be the influence of them not being in Honor of Kings originally. Maybe it's coming from the other game, adapting to that play style. Was that correct? We were going to a break, was that?
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La
Welcome back, guys. That was a short little break there whilst we're just getting everybody prepared back on the stage for Game 2, Match 2 on Day 1. It is FUT Chaos versus Major Pride. Today, you have Blam and with me, Zero. What are you feeling going into this second match?
I'm feeling like it might be just a FUT Chaos sweep there. The tempo and the speed they're playing at is really, really fast, and Major Pride, unless they are able to make that quick adjustments that they need to try and slow down the tempo from the side of FUT Chaos or match the tempo with their own rotations, it's going to be very hard to try and get back into the game, because we saw how quickly that FUT Chaos was able to get a stranglehold on the entire map. The map control was just there for the side of FUT Chaos. Major Pride was just slowly losing out in areas to farm and get gold. So if FUT Chaos doesn't stop playing at this speed, we might see a quick 2-0.
Absolutely. I feel like the ban and draft phase may look a little bit different here. I feel like maybe a Lamb will be a priority ban here for Major Pride, or we could even see FUT Chaos take it off the cards for themselves. We've seen teams do this in the past where they've played a hero so well, they thought, you know what, we're not really going to give it over, but we're also going to take it out of the equation for ourselves. We want to show you a little bit more flavor of what we can do. But again, we didn't really see the, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Jing ban did not come through in that one, did it?
Let me think. I don't think it was first phase ban. It definitely wasn't second phase ban there on both sides, because it was a marksman focused ban there from the side of Major Pride, while FUT Chaos banned out the Princess Frost and a mage, I believe. So Jing was just completely ignored on both sides. Butterfly is also to be ignored on both sides. So
yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen Butterfly even be considered in bans or draft picks yet. But still, like we say all the time, it's group stages, it's day one. There's so much more to this game, so much more to what to come, to be honest, especially from players, especially from the teams that are on their way up in the schedule, especially for the fans at the stadium as well. Much to be looked out for with these teams, much to be inspired. I mean, if these people in the crowd are players, they are going to go away inspired by these teams, either make a fan for one of these teams as well, going through and watch them for the rest of the global esports tournaments that are taking place this year for Honor of Kings. So yeah, there's a lot to be seen. There's still so much meta to be shown. I mean, we've seen a lot of Dun. Dun's been coming through quite a lot in the jungle compared to what we were seeing in Chuck BR, where there was a lot of Actor in the jungle, a lot of Liam Bo, even Kaiser. Kaiser just not even considered.
Absolutely. It might be something that we might see later on. Maybe all of these teams are just hiding the fact that they know Kaiser is, you know, strong or OP. So they're just keeping their real strategies for later on in the tournament. So no real reason to show all your cards yet. It is the group stages. No team gets obviously, if you get an early win and you get the advantage in choosing your opponents, you might be in a better spot. But you know, that might be the trade-off if you want to win the whole team. So maybe they want to win with skill and strategy rather than just playing something really, really broken.
Absolutely, and we already see a little bit of difference here in the ban phase. So Zhang Fei does actually fall to the ban hammer in the first two prio bans for Major Pride. So we're already seeing a little bit of difference here within the ban draft to counter the draft for FUT Chaos in this game 2 against Major Pride. And then we see the Chow and the Adonia ban once again being the prio bans for the side of FUT Chaos, and Major Pride taking up the Major Mai pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, picking up the Mai, letting themselves, you know, have that early, that strong mage for early rotations. Something that FUT Esports did use with good effect in the previous game. Maybe taking a page out of FUT Chaos's book for themselves, hoping to get, you know, similar results for that. But look at this, FUT Chaos answers back, taking the Sunbin and the Princess Frost.
Ooh, okay, utility mage in the mid lane against Mai. But like we were saying about Mai on the side of FUT Chaos, we saw that Mai was heavily present in the Clash lane, helping out Charlotte there, going against the enemy Clash lane as well. So we saw quite a lot of Mai being rotated. Whether Major Pride will play that the same way, whether they will mirror what FUT Chaos did in game 1 is yet to be seen. But having that Princess Frost pickup is huge, and they do go for the Derenji and take the Lamb pick as well.
They're just using whatever FUT Chaos used against them in the previous game. I mean, if it's not broken, why try and fix it?
Absolutely. So they're basically the Jing version of a team. They're the Mirror Blade. They are basically mirroring FUT Chaos's team comp from the first game. They're like, okay, so let's see if you can do that. We're going to try it as well. Oh, speaking of Liam Bo, he has finally decided to show his face, but I feel like that goes in really well with this Frost pick also.
Absolutely. So much crowd control right now on just Princess Frost as well as the Lianpo. You add in the Sunbin for AoE silence, suddenly you have a very strong teamfight lineup already. You just need to fill in the gap, something to cut towards the backlines, and a marksman to end the game with. So looking at the pool of marksmen still left available, I don't feel like they're hating Huangjong at the moment. Putting it into this lineup is still going to be pretty strong. You got plenty of crowd control to protect the Huangjong. Sure, you don't have any way to knock back your opponents, but you've got plenty of stuns, plenty of freezes, plenty of slows to be able to protect him. Or something more mobile like the Alicio could come into play, and he's able to get into the thick of things, just being able to follow up with the Lianpo initiation and being able to escape after the fact as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we see the Muzi and the little loot ban as well. And then on the side of Major Pride, they go for 2 heavy jungle bans, which is the Musashi, which is another great CC pick within the jungle. And Pai as well is another great CC pick also. To follow up on the lineup of FUT Chaos's already heavy CC team comp, we could see Consort Yu come through as well.
Consort Yu really excels when she's given the space to run around, to cast her first skill as much as possible before needing to commit in. Might be a possibility for FUT Chaos to go for. Another one. Oh, is that gonna be it? There we have it. Blam, there we have it.
Oh, we get the Jing pick, the Mirror Blade. Cannot wait for that one to come through. We loved it in the mock match yesterday. And to be fair, it's perfectly implemented there with a lot of CC. We have the Jing come through who can make those playmaking potential, high risk, high reward plays.
Major Pride does try and counter the Jing with the Dong Huang, being able to lock her down for 3 seconds. Usually the Jing isn't very tanky. She's very fragile. She relies a lot on her mobility and constant pressure to be able to survive in fights. So if Kinesis is able to lock her down with her ultimate, then we might be able to see the Jing just being stunted here. But Ryuga, once again, he did play a great Hwangzhong in the first game. Now they are going to continue on with that as they lock in the Hwangzhong for the side of FUT Chaos.
Absolutely. Again, we have the Lian Po who can push the team back. So if they need to create that distance between Hwangzhong and Lian Po, they can do with that champion, but they can also slow down the enemy team as they come in to engage with the Frost as well. And not only that, they've got some bin with the damage over time as well, which can be critical. You think you're going into a team play thinking, okay, we can win this, and then all of a sudden that damage over time happens and that time relapse goes, and you're like, oh, where's half my health gone? And that is why something comes through. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Dong Huang comes on in terms of isolating these champions like the Jing, because it's a talent within itself with a hero like that.
Absolutely, they definitely need to utilize Dong Huang to the best of his potential, being able to lock down a single target. But what I'm most afraid of is that with this amount of crowd control and not really a lot of mobility from the side of Major Pride, the moment you commit to a fight, you have to go all out, because there's no way you escape out of it if you are just not winning the fight. There's just way too much crowd control from the side of FUT Chaos.
Oh, absolutely. It's either fight or flight, but there is no flight on the side of Major Pride, so there is only one option, and it is to fight. But after that game one, I feel like that's what they need to do, is just fight to stay in this matchup against FUT Chaos, or they just allow them to take the 2-0 and they learn from today. But we are going to be going into the Gorge any moment now. But looking at the lineup, it's a little bit more solid. It's a little bit different to what FUT Chaos did originally with the Dong Kyung and the Byron as well in the Clash lane. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two picks implement the already team-winning comp that FUT Chaos had.
Heading into the Gorge for game number 2 between this matchup. Major Pride needs a win to force this to a game number 3. But FUT Chaos is one step away from taking a 2-0 lead and going to the top of Group A. That's going to be a very important place to be as we head into the knockout stages. But mid lane, so much damage being dealt to Overlord already. That's the strength of the Princess Frost. The damage is just way too fast and they are able to clear their ways very quickly. And that allows Snape and Ryuga to rotate up towards anywhere they want, and there's nothing really much that two melee heroes without a lot of AoE damage can do. That's gonna be the Dong Huang and the Mai stuck in the mid lane while the top lane creep is being contested and being taken there by the side of FUT Chaos.
Absolutely, they're basically just shoving it in their face like, you know, we can clear this mid very quickly and rotate, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Unfortunately, for the side of Major Pride, Jing coming in here to take up a little bit of that passive gold from the lane there as well. So Again, just another quick laning clear, and then we're going to see another rotation from Sunbin, but could be met by Lamb and Mai here. We're seeing 3 of the champions come down from Hero, sorry, 3 of the players come down from Major Pride from that mid lane.
They do have one saving grace for the side of Major Pride is that they have a lot of single target damage. They have, if they focus on one hero, they will more than likely bring him down. By bringing him down, speaking of which, Lamb almost falls, but is able to escape with his mobility and has to recall all the way back to base. But he is going to be thanking his lucky stars for being able to walk out of that alive, because Princess Frost was not level 4 at that moment. If not, that would have been enough of a control to bring him down and really stunt his growth.
Absolutely. Thanks to the skin of Liempo, it was the Fire and Frost combo there that came through and almost wiped out Lan very early on in the game for FUT Chaos. But I think that was a great synergy going in. Oh, speaking of great synergy, Byron and Mai coming through, taking down Princess Frost already, because her abilities were already on cooldown. She had no way to get out of there, and Byron and Mai very ferociously went through, wave cleared, and took down the first blood for Major Pride.
Beautiful initiation coming from Red Ski there, knocking up the Princess Frost, making sure that there was no follow-up, and then the Byron coming in there to provide additional support and damage. That was a great rotation coming from the side of Shishui. Not something that Snape expected, seeing that how passively Major Pride was playing in game number 1, so that definitely caught them off guard, and that gave Major Pride the first blood and a bit of advantage going their way.
Yeah, I think going into game 2, that's the kind of thing you have to aim for, is getting these early victories there and then when you can, because if you go into game 2 and you play exactly the same as game 1 at a very slow tempo, you're going to get completely outmatched by FUT Chaos here. But the gold difference is very much neck and neck right now. There is not a lot in it. We are almost at the 4-minute mark when Tyrant comes through, but we've already seen a lot more action in the pre-4 minutes than we did in the first game.
Yeah, it's just much more faster tempo for the side of Major Pride, which is much needed here. But this mid lane might be a dangerous place for them to be in, because the knockup coming from the Liempo, able to knock down the Mai just in time and bring him down is the Jing, popping the ultimate to secure the kill. And they secured that kill and maybe the mid tier 1 power as well.
What a fantastic way to set up the Tyrant fight here. You've taken down Mai, which is probably one of the codependent parts of trying to steal a Tyrant, or any jungle objective for that matter, and also managing to wipe out, wiping out Lamb here, but now helping herself to the enemy jungle is Jing here, waiting for that Sage buff to pop up in 5 seconds.
Just gonna try and chase away Shisui and anyone else trying to defend that Sage Golem, but this might be a trap, because here comes the Dongguang. Is he able to catch him? Yes,
there's
he does.
the suppress.
Enough damage. No, he escapes.
Oh!
Fancy footwork, escapes with his ultimate, and that is at least something that they don't get the Sage buff, but hey, I escaped with my life. You have to commit an ultimate, and he's gonna be pretty happy about that.
Major Pride lost. That was a fantastic escape from Lost there on the Jing, being able to use the ult to get out of there, using the Mirror Blade to separate herself from that 3v1, and surviving the suppression as well, because you got to remember about that suppression, the more damage you do to your enemy, the more damage you do to Dongguang as well. So you've got to be careful with how much damage you actually do. You don't want to kill your teammate or leave them open for a kill very much early on when you see the suppression, because you know when one of those players is suppressed, they're like, yo guys, I've been suppressed, come and get me please, go now. But luckily for Lost, he managed to escape.
That allows them to try and defend this Overlord, this Tyrant in the bottom lane. But still pretty even game so far. They did manage to get it in the end. Alimsky might be in some trouble here. Lamb trying to fight back, not able to bring down Lost, as Lost will be the one to get the kill on towards the Lamb. Not as a fantastic start as the Lamb in the previous game, and that allows Nauer to continue pressuring down in the bottom lane. The damage coming in. Genesis has to back off, almost falls, but able to run away just in time. But the Byron going straight towards Nauer, not able to lock him down, and there goes the Dongguang. There also falls the Byron. 2 more kills going towards the way of FUT Chaos, and this might be looking like a repeat of game number 1.
I don't know if that was a misplay by Overlord there, but I feel like Liampo sacrificed himself to go into that suppression range so that neither of his squishy teammates had to. It was just like an almost like dive in to save his team. It was like a last swan song from Liampo, but he managed to survive, and they do take the first tier turret down in the farm lane as well, which is a great thing for FUT Chaos. They are still putting their foot slowly on the gas, but it is a constant foot on the gas, and this is what they need.
Oh, big pick-off if they manage to bring out the Dong Huang, but the shield, the Huang Zhong shield was just way too much, and they turned things around with the Jing rotating in as well. 2 quick kills going towards the way of FUT, and they will be able to reap their rewards by pressuring the mid lane as well.
Yeah, FUT Chaos looking very impressive here. Like, not just because of the plays, but how they know how these heroes work. They know the ins and outs. They know that that shield was going to be enough to survive the suppression. And then they knew that the overall damage was going to be enough to take out the Byron and the Mai as well. So FUT Chaos having plenty of knowledge going into this tournament, and it's scary for the other teams. Again, Jing taking down the lamp again. This Jing is unstoppable. They cannot catch her. They always lose Lost. And he's currently sat on 4-0-1. He is happy. He has got his anti-squishy item. He's got the Axe of Torment. He has got his crowd control boots. He's just happy-go-lucky. He's just like, oh, you know, I'll dive on somebody. I'll take a kill here and there. And my team will just take the turrets. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy indeed. FUT Chaos hasn't allowed Major Pride to get any form of objective across the map. Not a single Tyrant, not a single Overlord, not a single Tower. Lamb going for the backline, trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall before anything else happens, because the mid lane is going to be in so much trouble. Now we're in such a great position. Double kill going towards the way of Jing. They get 3 in the end. And that will mean with the Vanguard coming up, they will be able to finish off this tier 3 tower. Oh, the Cadence is taking so much damage from the Huang Zhong. But able to escape with his life. Risky, waiting for someone to follow up because she has a flicker. She wants to go for some kills, but she needs someone to follow up and clean up right after she dives in.
Yeah, depending on how fast this next team fight is, it's either FUT Chaos is trying to manage, maintain that just under 12-minute victory, or they're trying to beat it. Because if they do have a fantastic team fight here, I see no reason why they cannot finish. The higher ground down in the farm lane is already pretty low. The mid lane higher ground turret is completely non-existent. So all they need is a good, solid team fight once again, which is definitely within their capabilities, especially with the gold difference, the jungle objectives, and the fact that Major Pride has just been shut down on all fronts in any kind of objective going for their team, which is just a horrible place to be in Game 2. Again, Game 2 is just 10 kills to 1. We need to do something, lads.
And it's not over. Limsky might be in some trouble. The damage coming from the Huang Zhong, way too much. That's going to be the secure kill. That's going to be the 4th, I believe, for the Huang Zhong. And that's going to be a tier 2 tower on the top lane falling as well. And what's stopping them from pushing straight towards the high ground right now? Nothing much. There's not enough damage to follow up there. Kinesis just dies when he tries to go in to do the damage he needs. To Overlord can't even catch anybody with the suppression because he is just way too scared of the damage coming from Huang Zhong. That's why Huang Zhong is such a scary hero. You need to shut him down early. If not, he becomes an immovable object, and you have nothing that's able to penetrate that. You have nothing that's bursts him down during that duration. And as Kinesis falls towards the Princess Frost, this might be the beginning of the end here for the side of Major Prime, as they will just fall. This is completely one-sided there for the side of FUT Chaos.
It's just not fair. that to be your first game into the group stage is not fair, but it also is a testament to how much FUT Chaos has grown since KIC, which I can now definitely say with full confidence is huge. Because a solid 2-0, I forgot what was even the time. I was just so shocked that the minions were just having their way with the crystal. Like the team was just sort of like, you know what, minions, you just take MVP for this one because the crystal's all yours. You take it. We've had a game for ourselves. We've shown that we can take the crystal. But yeah, I didn't even catch the timer there, so I'm really interested to see if it was under the 12 minutes if not a better speed. But we've just gone from one side of the spectrum all the way to the other, where NRX and BJK, I was onto the right one, and I was completely dating myself. These were like 20-minute matches all the time. We saw the Tempest Dragon come through both times, and then in this one, Tempest Dragon was just like, yeah, lads, I got lunch. Don't bother activating.
See you guys later.
So yeah, we'll see you in game 3.
FUT Chaos, what an absolute dismantling of Major Pride, and a well-deserved 2-0 there. They're looking like they are one of the contenders to get first place in Group A, to be able to avoid the Brazilian teams in Group B. But yeah, what a showing there from the Turkish team. What an absolute treat to be able to watch them play in front of their home ground stage.
Absolutely, that's back-to-back victories for Turkey. Obviously, one of them was against the other Turkish team, but this one was against another region, so that means that they can walk away proud in day 1, saying 2 victories for Turkey. But yeah, look at this, just no kills on, 1, 2, 3 kills on the board compared to 7, 9, 15, 16 kills, and majority of those, FUT Lost decided he wanted to go on a no-death run in game 2. He was just sort of like, you know what, I fancy just having a no-death run in game 2. They can't catch me, I'm playing Jing. And this is why both of me and you get excited when we see a Jing actually get drafted. We're like, okay, they mean business. If this player is good, which Lost clearly showed that he was, it's going to be a fantastic game.
No doubt about that. Lost has just put the team on his back and said, everyone, just calm down. I got this. You guys don't need to do too much. And he just went on a tear. 7 kills, no deaths. Sure, only 20% damage dealt, but you only need to do enough to bring someone down. And definitely Lost was able to do all of that and more as they secured a 2-0 victory. Well done to FUT Chaos. And the MVP will definitely, I think, either go towards the way of the Huangjong or Lost in this game.
Yeah, I can only assume it's probably going to go to Lost again. But yeah, it looks like they did beat their first game time. It was 10 minutes and 29 seconds, which was just over a minute quicker than the first game. So we thought game 1 was quick, but game 2, they, even though it seemed like it was a steady placement of the foot on the pedal, they definitely went full throttle towards the end. But MVP did switch up, and you were correct. The second guy with the no-death run is FUT Noir there, having on the Huangjong as well, the new champion in the game also, the new hero, sorry, in the game, and performing like that is your first match in a global esports tournament. You've got to give it to him. Got to give it to FUT Chaos.
Yeah, great opening match there for FUT Chaos, showing that they understand the heroes that are available to be picked, understanding their strength, and drafting around that is a sight to behold, as the entire team seems to fit very well together. You've got these initiations coming from the Lianfo, you got the Princess Frost to follow things up, and then you've got the supportive, you've got the silence coming from the Sun Bin, making sure that there's no follow-up to your initiation, and then you have this Jing just completely doing whatever he wants and just getting kills whenever he wants. That's just absolutely poetry in motion, and a well-deserved win there for FUT Chaos.
Absolutely. You had the Jing just like, shall I pop my ult now, lads? Do you reckon I can get away with having like 2-3 kills in this one? Yeah, why not? Why not? But yeah, literally the Lost and Noir definitely deserving MVPs of both of these games. But again, solid team play from FUT Chaos, which has been just a true testament to this team getting a solid, really fast 2-0 victory over Major Pride, which we thought going into this game, going into day 1, after those fighting words at the introductions, we're going to be the villain of the Invitational. Clearly just looking like a little bit of a side villain right now, but still much to prove in this Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, if there's anything that they can do, they can learn from these losses. They can learn what every other team is playing, and then use that knowledge to adapt. Make sure they do better in their upcoming few games, because in a group stage, they cannot give up at any point in time. Anything can happen with the other teams, and you suddenly find yourself in a better position to win just because you put more focus on learning from your mistakes. So great showing from Major Pride. Definitely have plenty of more games to go, but they need to take these lessons in stride, not feeling too depressed about loss, and come back stronger in their next game, which is going to be not tomorrow, but on the day after.
No, it's tomorrow. It's Major Pride versus NRX tomorrow, I believe.
Let me have a quick look. You are right.
Yes.
It is Major Pride versus NRX tomorrow. So they still have a couple of games to be able to go through, especially the game that they played themselves. So they'll need to watch that and try and understand where they lost and how they can fix things.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was wearing a hat, hats off to them. They are coming. A few of these players have come from a completely, I wouldn't say completely different game, but a different game, and to come into a first season 1 invitational, I mean, that takes guts anyway. You know what I mean? But we will be coming on shortly in a moment with an interview between FUT Chaos. We're not too sure who's going to be on the stage yet, but whoever it is, I would like it to be a loss, because I want to know. I want to make sure he's not lost for words after those just super fast games, because I don't know what the team was actually thinking going into that. Maybe there was is it going to be hard? Is it going to be fast? And it was actually super fast. So we are now cutting over to the interview for FUT Chaos.
FUT Orman oyuncusu Lost'la birlikteyiz. Lost, tebrik ediyoruz öncelikle. Turnuvada 3 Türk takımı yer alıyor. Güne 2 Türk takımının galibiyetiyle başladık aslında bakacak olursak. Sence en güçlü Türk takımı hangi takım?
First of all, congratulations, Lost. We've managed to start today with 2 victories from the Turkish representatives. So, how do you feel about this performance?
Performansınız bugün gayet iyiydi. Zaten bu maça rakibe karşı rahat hissederek başladık. Kendimizi profesyonel tutmaya çalıştık olabildiğince. Kısa bir şekilde, organize bir şekilde oyunumuzu oynadık, bitirdik. En iyi Türk takım sorusuna gelecek olursak, bizce en iyi Türk takım biziz. İkinci, üçüncüyü saymama gerek var mı?
İstersen söyleyebilirsin.
İkinci Besiktas, üçüncüye de IV NRX'i koyarım ben.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
First of all, we were really proud of our performance today. We felt really strong. So, in order to answer who's the best Turkish team, we think we are the best Turkish team, and the second one is Besiktas, and IWNRX would be the third strongest Turkish team in the tournament.
Bu turnuvada en çok hangi takımla mücadele etmeyi sabırsızlıkla bekliyorsun Lost?
So, which team are you most looking forward to face against in this tournament?
A'ydı. Kesinlikle A'ydı. Çünkü bize en çok denk olabilecek takım A'ydı. Scrimlerde falan bizi en çok zorlayan onlar oldu.
Definitely A7. Alpha7 seems like one of the strongest teams, and they are the ones that give us most trouble in the scrims. So I definitely want to face against A7.
Bugünkü karşılaşmayı gerçekten çok hızlı bitirdiniz. Turnuva hedeflerinden de biraz bahseder misin?
You've managed to secure a really strong victory on both of the games. So can you tell us more about your goals in this tournament?
Yani bugün hızlı bitirmemiz zaten planda olan bir şeydi. Planımızı uyguladık gayet başarılı bir şekilde. Genel olarak turnuvada da birinci olmayı hedefliyoruz futbolist olarak.
So yeah, our plan was basically to get these strong and decisive victories and get some fast victories, and everything turned out as we planned them out. And of course, for the rest of the tournament, we definitely want to become number 1.
Lost, teşekkür ediyoruz ve başarılar diliyoruz.
Ben teşekkür ederim.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing?
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship! Get him! He's over there!
Change your run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first!
There he is!
Hey, wait up!
Where's that bomb I got from Mr. Hoopa? Got it! Hey, G-Shot, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Huh? Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get off the fence. Strike them down with my fighting sequence. Let me just take a breath out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will rid of the wrongs. How did it get so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
Getting away!
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice! Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. Huh? It's locked.
Ah! I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
Welcome back, everybody, to almost what could potentially be the match 3 is upon us for the first day of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 2024 Istanbul. As I always ask Zero, how are you feeling going into this match with knowing this is going to be the final one of the day?
It may be the final one. It is the final match of the day, but it is not. It is pretty much the most exciting one as well, because we're gonna have Stalwart Esports going up against Alpha7, both teams from Group B. Both these teams will be playing in a best of 3 against each other, and boy, oh boy, there is just so much riding on this match. I mean, just what we've seen from Stalwart yesterday makes me feel like, hey, they've got a pretty good shot against Alpha7.
Absolutely, but I mean, we just heard it from FUT Chaos themselves. They rate themselves as Turkey's #1 team, above BJK. And the only person they are most looking forward to, and if not most scared of, because of scrims, was Alpha7 as well. So there's a lot of scares coming from that team. They are definitely Alpha7 have struck fear into the other teams in these scrims. Whether that translates through in this tournament is yet to be seen, but I'm sure we are not too long away from finding out.
Alpha7 has a lot of experience in their roster. They played in multiple different tournaments. They played in the HOK Brazilian Championship 2023, got 3rd place there. They also qualified for the Honor of Kings International Championship through the wildcard stages. So these guys have a lot of, they've played in a lot of tournaments. They have a lot of experience playing multiple different sort of metas and genres and tempos and speeds. So they will definitely have a lot of, they know what to do against all these opponents. And definitely I see why FUT Chaos ranks them as high as they do, because Alpha7 definitely feels like one of the favorites to win this entire tournament.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be even more interesting to see how they fare against VKS. I think it's on day 3 or day 4. Yes, day 3 is where we actually get to see Brazil versus Brazil. We've seen Turkey versus Turkey, but now we are on the way to look at seeing the MENA region. So the first actual team from the MENA region representing, which is Stalwart Esports, go against the first Brazilian team in the Season 1 Invitational as well. So a lot is riding on this match, like you rightfully said, and we're all here for it. We spoke about a lot of excitement about this yesterday as well. So yeah, it's definitely one. We've both been waiting for this game since the beginning of the stream. So it's definitely going to be so hype. I cannot wait.
Yeah, one thing about Alpha7 is they are playing with a new coach, Patala. The previous coach did leave for a different team. So their coach is no longer Soninho. In fact, it will be Patala that will be their coach for this tournament at least. So let's see if that will be what it is moving on, or will they change things up? Because Alpha7 will be facing up against Stalwart Esports, and their coach himself, Sishuai, a very experienced coach by his own right, has coached Douyu Gaming, Kuaishou Gaming, as well as Lotus Gaming, all KPL teams. And he has a lot of experience in his books as well.
Absolutely, but here are the faces of the team. So we have STE Clue and Wawa, who I know from other games and are great players. We have Zenon and Ray, who both were in the KIC lineup in the wildcards. And then we have Mijoj as well, who I know also. So have a social affinity to this team. So I'm very much hoping that they can bring out the best performance like we saw in that mock match. But they are going against A7's roster. So you can run through A7's roster, Mr. Zero.
Yeah, Master on the Clash lane, Benignus on the jungle, Suits in the mid lane. We have Almine on the marksman role, and Selena on the roam. And Patala, we just see a glimpse of her in the new coach for the side of Alpha7 in for the coach role as well. So definitely going to be we'll be seeing what Patala brings to the table for Alpha7, and if it's enough to keep them, being the feared team that they are in this tournament and in the entire Brazilian community as well.
Absolutely, but I mean, it's a breath of fresh air seeing like a female coach as well, because we saw it in the wildcard KIC with one team who were arguably the best team. They also had a female coach, so maybe that's what it takes. Have a female coach, and you'll be the best team within the tournament. But we'll see if that is going to stay tried and tested and true going into this first match with Stalwart Esports. So it'll be interesting to see these ones. Like I said, I've got a social affinity to a few of the players on Stalwart Esports. They're very cool guys, very competitive, very talented players, and then not to discount any of them on A7, because most of them were on the KIC team as well. And if not, they were probably like one of the closest teams to actually winning some of the matches in the wildcard qualifier, and then some of the teams just got pure stomped. But every stomp, there is something to learn, and it seems like A7 has learned a lot since the wildcard qualifiers, because they are now, as they've already said, I've spoken to somebody else on a different team who fears them, and we just heard it from the horses made on FUT Chaos. They fear them too, so let's see what that brings.
Definitely. And we are in, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft phase of game number 1 between Stalwart Esports and Alpha7, and Jing instantly banned out from the side of Stalwart 7. We've seen what he can do in the hands of a good player. Alpha7, without a doubt, has a good Jing player, and they do not want to play against that at all. Just instantly takes it out, and that is going to be Benignus and his signature hero being taken out straight away.
Absolutely, but then we see Ali go through as well, which is obviously one of the top picks down in the farm lane due to her mobility and obviously late game potential. And then on the side of A7, we see the Cho come through ban-wise, and Dolia, which has been pretty consistent throughout this whole day. Those have probably been the most consistent prio bans for the entire day. We see that Stalwart Esports locks in their mid laner straight away before that gets dwindled down, which is Princess Frost, and we saw FUT Chaos with that, and it was a superb pick.
Yep, Alpha7 picks up the Gun and More and Kaiser, which is interesting.
We were speaking about that. We were speaking about that pick.
Absolutely. It's interesting that they banned out Dolia themselves, because Dolia is a great pairing to go with the Kaiser.
Absolutely.
But I guess the Little Loot is the second best support player along with the Kaiser, and that allows him to be very sustainable in fights. It also amplifies the heals that he gets from the Little Loot, because he takes less damage, and when you get healed for 10% of your health on Kaiser, you're healing him for full, basically. So that allows him to stay in the fight for the longest of time, and that looks like a very scary combination that Alpha7 has brought out for us.
Absolutely, but I mean, what a way to strike fear is that picks straight away. I mean, Kaiser was one of those picks in Chuck BR that was either banned or straight good for in that time and place, and where it was a whole part of the meta within Chuck BR. But the Gambo as well was another big pick for the Brazilian teams. Like I said, Little Luke really complements the Kaiser because they don't have the Dolia because of the they banned out themselves, and because they're such a great pick Dolia is right now. But then they ban out Fang and Consort U on the final bans, and whilst picking up the RNG for themselves.
Yeah, and Stalwart Esports with the Musashi, Zhangfei, Huangzhong, and Charlotte. A lot of diving potential on their side, not to mention the late game potential is there with the Huangzhong as well. So all in all, looking like a very solid sort of lineup from the side of Stalwart Esports. I definitely like it. Alpha7 rounds up their lineup with the Byron, which is going to be played on either the jungle or the Clash lane. It's interchangeable with the Kaiser as well. So we're going to wait and see what is going to be. Looks like it's going to be a jungle Kaiser and a Clash lane Byron played by Mustard.
Absolutely. I mean, this is already bringing back so many fun memories of when I was starting to learn this game with the Chuck BR tournaments, especially seeing the Byron and the Charlotte actually being able to go one-to-one, head-to-head in the Clash lane. This is probably one of my most fond memories of watching Chuck VR tournament, learning all this, is just seeing those two every match going head to head, seeing who could out-bruiser who. But like you said, there's a lot of dive in on Stalwart's team comp there, and especially that's going to be aided by Princess Frost and her utility. But then we also have Huang Zhang as well. We saw him in the last two games, in the last two matches in Game 2 of Day 1. So seeing him come through again seems like it's going to be a fruitful pick for teams to come.
Absolutely. It's one of the latest heroes that's been released in the global version of the game, especially in this tournament as well. So maybe some teams have already put in the work, have theory crafted teams, a team composition that plays around that late game potential. That's why we see it play a lot with Zhang Fei. We see it play a lot with Lian Po as well as Princess Frost, providing that crowd control, allowing him to just constantly do damage while being in a safe position. So that is the strength that Stalwart Esports has, is that they have this late game marksman that can basically fight against everybody except the Kaiser, because if anything, Kaiser can just shrug off the damage that the Huang Zhong can do and go for him.
Absolutely, but we are entering the gorge for the final match of the day, but it's not the final game of the day, sorry, but not the final match. So this is going to be a heck of a closing match within Day 1, and I can't wait for it. I mean, we're already seeing the likes of Musashi going up into the clash lane to help Charlotte 1v1 this Byron, especially level 1, because we see that Charlotte probably would get outplayed here by the Byron thanks to the likes of the knockup that Byron has, but he also has the dash there. We're seeing Ray going in with Mioj, already doing plenty of damage there, whilst Kaiser is already just working on that Sage buff.
Yeah, that is very important to pressure the Byron early on. You don't have to kill him. You just have to put him low enough that once the Charlotte gets to level 3, he's able to already dominate the lane enough. So that's a good start for Stalwart Esports. They know the strength of their lane. They know what they need to do to allow the Charlotte to win the lane. But yeah, let's see if they are able to keep that up.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not all the time that we see roams and farm lane both already down at their designated lanes. Yeah. We normally see that
in
roam
1 minute.
heavily up. Literally, yeah, it's like, yeah, straight to mid. But no, it's actually refreshing to actually see them down there in the farm lane. But then when you're Gammo versus Princess Frost, it's all about sort of who's outranging who can clear the wave faster. And we all know that pretty much Princess Frost is one of the fastest mages that can clear these waves in mid lane, enabling her to roam. But there's a potential to 1v2 potential happening here with Muster and Besiktas.
Charlotte did have the good enough map sense to know that, hey, this Kaiser is missing out across the map. He's not bottom, so where can he be? He's probably at top. He plays it safe, not really in any danger whatsoever, and he's able to stay up in the lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, a lot of pressure being put down from the side of Stalwart Esports. They rotate 4 heroes down, but with the little loot providing the sustainability to Direnjir, they're not able to push out the lane fast enough, and they stay safe while continuing to just destroy the mid lane, with the Gun and Maul being one of the better wave clearers as well.
Absolutely. I feel like that little bit of time that was wasted down in the bot lane, that Musashi's just wasted a lot of time, but the farm there was just no farm to be had. There was no farm taken up. So at all that time, we saw Kaiser rotate from the clash lane down to mid and then back into his own jungle, just farming up even more. And that shows why A7 are currently ahead with the gold difference here right now. We're just going to make sure that they maintain and make sure Musashi is going to be fed up before these team fights, because heavily reliant on the Princess Frost coming into this CC off Musashi.
Yeah, they need Xenon to have a good game. They need Clue to be able to be tanky enough to stand in front, because what Gun and Mo is able to provide to the team is that he's able to nuke down the Huang Zhong at a very safe distance. So you have to stop him before he gets to that distance, and Musashi is one of those that needs to be able to do that by himself. So Ray has a lot of weight on his shoulder. He hasn't had a really good start. It's been pretty average so far. No kills going their way. But let's see if that changes anytime soon because they are heavily poised to take a fight towards the mid lane. Kaiser does pop his ultimate, but there's not.
Here comes the dive going in onto Zenon there. Oh, Gammo just missing out those abilities onto Princess Frost, but first blood going over to Ray and a double kill cleanup for Stalwart Esports. Why are they scared? They just got a double kill.
We were just talking about how Musashi needs a good start, and he just gets a double kill right off the bat. So that is one of those good starts that he needs to be able to give Stalwart Esports the advantage going forward. But things are still pretty even on both sides in terms of the net worth. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, beautiful play here. We thought there was going to be something going on for A7, but look at that beautiful knock-up double kill there from Ray. Really assisted there by Princess Frost, who was the bait. Let's just make that clear that Zenon was completely used as bait there, but he knew he could get out of there, so that was a really good play. But however, it might just be a little bit too close to comfort here, going in for the Tyrant, whilst A7 all run and rush for the Tyrant because that double kill pickup in the mid lane was just a little bit too far away from when the Tyrant spawned, which would have been a beautiful play, however, if they managed to time that correctly. That double kill went straight to Tyrant, boom, boom, boom. Lots of gold to be had, and then obviously the damage increase. However, it did not work that way, which is a shame.
Yes, it has to be done. I mean, that time the Princess Frost wasn't a bait there, so they do lose the Tyrant. Not the end of the world for them, just a little bit of just have to play it safe for a minute or so. But Ray, in fact, is heading straight towards the backline, giving straight for the D-Ren and will burst it down. So will the little dude be bursted down there. Princess Frost providing so much crowd control, and Ray gets yet another double kill. That's gonna be able to help him excel moving on to this game. Kaiser might have bitten a bit more than he can chew, pops his ultimate, but has to back off because the damage coming through from 4 heroes is way too much. But they do manage to trade the mid lane tier 1 power for the bottom tier 1 power.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be happy with that trade. Obviously, in terms of the kill lead, great, but we all know that this is not a game about kills, because now Alpha7 have now opened up the enemy jungle for the biggest kind of vulnerability that you can actually attain from taking a first tier turret, which is that mid lane. That is the holy grail of first tier turrets, is that mid lane. So I'm not too sure about that trade there.
Yeah, right now Stalwart Esports has to put a bit more effort to protect their Sage Golem and Might Golem buffs just to allow Musashi to be able to continue on his role. He's off to a great start, but that tier 1 tower, like you said, one of the most important towers to be protected, they lost it. And that's gonna slow down Ray quite a bit if Alpha7 decides to constantly pressure towards the mid and continue contesting your tower, your jungles.
Yeah, I can only assume that there's a method to the madness there within Stalwart Esports. The reason why they gave up that mid, which most teams would be like, oh, it's the beginning of the end right now. But I'm sure there's probably some method to the madness of giving that up for the bot lane, but also taking a double kill for Ray on the Musashi. But again, no one's bothered going for the Overlord. We still have a 100-second cooldown on the Tyrant, and A7 are, well, they were even in gold for about a second, and now they're ahead.
They will manage to get the Overlord without any contention though, so that's going to give them a bit of an advantage in terms of the tower damage that the lanes will get pushed out, and they might be able to get the mid-tier 1 tower of their own. But Alpha7 continuing the pressure, pushing the bottom lane, and will get it for free as well. So very quickly, they lost more real estate on the map, and they might start to choke out Stalwart Esports here because Wang Zhong is not in a position where he's able to be a huge threat in these fights yet. He needs one more item complete before he is basically online and becoming a threat on his own.
Absolutely. I feel like the Little Dude is a huge pick here for A7. So Selena, because they have that bouncing CC. Yes, it's only for a brief second, but a brief second's all you need in Hawk, and that's the difference between this game and other games. Is just a moment of vulnerability, which is a very small moment, can mean a lot to a team fight. But like I say, they've lost a lot of real estate in that jungle as well. It enables A7 to set up these ganks and just hide in their bushes without them knowing.
Yep, they're going straight for the Princess Frost. Princess Frost able to pop the ultimate, and Zhang Fei will be able to keep everyone back for now. But what is this fight looking like? They're going to go straight for the little Lulu, still alive at the moment, and they will bring down the Musashi as well as the Charlotte, not to mention the Zhang Fei as well. And they are going for more. Wawa in trouble, tries to flicker away, but the follow-up, the chase is way too much. He managed to bring down the Ganon Ball, but he will fall towards the Kaiser. It's going to be a 4-for-1 trade here, going towards the way of Alpha7. It just went from 0 to 100 in a split second. That was a fight that Alpha7 would take any time of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally not seeing any sort of like anti-heal, so going for the little loop was a little bit of a little sussy. A little mistake. Little loop was the little mistake of latching onto it, because the heals and then the enemy heals and then her teammates heal around her, and then trying to get on that and make something out of nothing with no anti-heal was just a big no-no, and they just lost a 4-1 trade. The only thing they had up from Alpha7 was the kills, and now the gold lead is slowly slipping away at that 3k. And it's slowly start to paint the picture on why Alpha7 is a feared team.
They know their timings, they know their strength, they know when they're strong, when they should take the fight, and that was definitely a moment where they should have taken the fight. Right now, they do have the Venomous Staff completed on the Princess Frost, which will allow them to reduce the impact that Selena has on this little loot. But is it too little too late here? They will go for the Shadow Overlord on the side of Alpha7, while Stalwart Esports will take the trade with the Tyrant. Making a fight here, but shouldn't.
Oh, what a Giga Chad steal! Crucial kill theft there by Gad and Mo. I'm pretty sure, I just had deja vu, I'm pretty sure I've seen A7 do an exact strategy before in Chuck VR, so that's, I mean, this is why A7 are such a great team and why the Brazilian teams are probably some of the most feared ones, because they have not only the most experience, they can steal with their mid lane.
Ganon Moore just deleted the Princess Frost across the map. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 5. You've got all the buffs in the world there for the side of Alpha7. You've got the Shadow Vanguard pushing out the bottom lane as well. That's just so much pressure. This Ganon Moore pick is absolutely paying off so far. One quick kill, one steal on towards the Shadow Tyrant, and suddenly this looks like the game for the side of Alpha7, because they will take
absolutely.
This looks like.
Aggressive push, got Vanguard down in the farm lane, approaching the higher ground turret. They've lost the higher ground turret down in the mid and the clash lane. But yeah, this Ganmo pick is something that is feared, and I remember from the Brazilian tournament, it is a sword form pick and it is deadly. Not quite utility, but we get to see the takeout there. A little bit of a trade going on, so 1v1 at the moment, but Clue falls down from Stalwart Esports, and we're still seeing Byron going in for another kill, also tanking the damage from the crystal, but it is still 4 teammates of A7 right at the crystal's gates with the Vanguard, and all that there is left to protect is the Princess Frost, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Zedden cannot take a 4v1 currently, and Alpha7 doing alpha male things.
That was so fast. The way they turned on the switch, they went from, you know, passively playing the lanes, doing a bit of ganks here and there, but suddenly when they get their items up, when they are at their power spikes, they just went ham and just turned the game around. And I'm pretty sure the graph, the network graph, would look something like, you know, plateau, and all the way just dips all the way towards the side of Alpha7, because that switch in tempo, that pace change, knowing when they should take these fights, was just absolutely so fast that I don't think Stalwart Esports had any way to answer to that.
No, yeah, like you were saying, the Musashi was really the defining hope in the early game. We got 2 double kills from Musashi, so Ray played really well on that hero, but it just wasn't well enough going into these team fights. They had the utility and the healing from Little Luke. They had Gammo sniping people left, right, and center, stealing a Tyrant. No smite needed. This guy just stole a Tyrant from Stalwart Esports. And then obviously the Kaiser just being the full frontal tank of the team there. It's just absolutely brutal. And again, another quick match. by A7. Is this going to be another quick 2-0? I hope not, because we've really been hyping up this matchup.
I mean, Stalwart Esports did play their lineup pretty well. I think it was just down to item choices, right? You're playing against a Kaiser, you're playing against a Little Loot. You need that anti-healing. You need the Venomous Staff. You need the physical version of that as well on the Huang Zhong to be able to prevent things like that from happening. Because only after the fight in where they lost for the side of Stalwart Esports did Xenon complete the Venomous Staff. So maybe if they slowed the game down a little bit, not take that fight before they complete the Venomous Staff, it would have gone their way better. But because of how it went, it was just a snowball right after that for the side of Alpha7.
Yeah, I think the first mistake was definitely letting that mid turret go down for a double kill down in the bot lane. And then they did trade the farm lane turret. But however, like we both stated at the time, it's like, yeah, you'd much prefer that mid lane turret because it just opens up so much real estate. And when you open up that real estate, you got to make sure you utilize it. And Alpha7 completely utilized it, not only in ganks, but taking the farm as well.
No doubt about it. And the MVP it looks like to be a bit of a toss-up. I think Kaiser played a great game. Little Loot definitely did her work as well. So it's going to be exciting to see who's going to be the MVP of this game. And the graph is exactly how I said. It's just plateau in the middle for a good 8 minutes, and suddenly when Alpha7 just turned on the gas, they just went all the way straight to the victory.
Absolutely. And I mean, look at that, pre-12 minutes. It was only just 2 minutes over the 10-minute mark. That's when the game sort of slowly starts to get a little bit towards that late game. If not, consider it the late game within Honor of Kings, because 4-minute mark is after the tiring. We call that a mid-game. But 12, just under, 1 second under with 12 minutes. The only other team that managed to do that was FUT Chaos, which, again, they say they fear Alpha7. So clearly, FUT Chaos look up to Alpha7 in terms of trying to win these matches pretty quickly like they have here. But yeah, just completely overshadowing the amount of jungle objectives on the side of A7. Personally, I think it would be Besiktas that would get the MVP just because of how well played the Kaiser was.
First one of the day. I got it correct. 1 point to Plum. Let's go.
I finally got one right, Mom. Right, cool. So, yeah, again, well-deserved MVP. That Kaiser pick coming all the way from that Brazilian meta. And there was a reason why we were missing it all day, because this is the potential of the Kaiser pick, and especially accompanied by Little Loot.
Yeah, I'm very sure that people will be focusing more on these heroes, Jing as well as Kaiser, in this tournament. They're going to be put more and more focus, especially when you have the favorites to win a tournaments like Alpha7 or even later on Vivo Key Stars playing these heroes. That's when you see it picked up or banned more and more. So that Besiktas just showcase how strong it is, that the tankiness it can provide, the pressure it can do across the map. Is just a strong hero by himself, and when you pair it up with a good support like the Delia or the Little Loot, that's when he truly shines.
Absolutely, because not only is his ultimate keeping him alive, the Little Loot's keeping him alive as well. And especially when your enemy team doesn't build the anti-heal too quick. Which I feel like is probably, arguably, the biggest mistake within their crafting of their items. But the biggest mistake, as we'll always still say, is the loss of the mid lane.
Yeah, great showing, great first game there for Alpha7, showing us why they are so feared in this tournament. But Stalwart Esports played pretty well as well. Definitely left Alpha7 a bit sweating after that game. It wasn't a clean-cut victory. They had a lot of trouble early on in the game. The rotations were read well from Stalwart Esports. Now it's just up to Alpha7 to continue on their performance, because I think Stalwart Esports does have what it takes to take at least a win, at least a game out of Alpha7. It's just those little bit of details, a little bit of experience that Alpha7 has over you, that is the difference maker.
Yeah, it was like the little detail I picked up about FUT Chaos, just knowing the ins and outs of these heroes, like the little timers of the shields of Wanjong as well. Just all these little bits of details just make a greater, bigger picture and a greater victory, as we just saw FUT Chaos take the easiest, cleanest 2-0 of day one. Which obviously you can see Alpha7 do know that as well, but it's not to discount Stalwart Esports. Like you said, there's a little bit of sweat dripping from Alpha7, but it clearly wasn't enough because they was able to just wipe the brow, finish the game 12 minutes in. So yeah, I think there's a lot to come from Stalwart, but like we always say for every team, it's the group stages. They're not going to show their full hand going in.
Definitely, they definitely have a lot more prepared than what they're showing us right now. So sure you want to finish off the top of your group. You want to make sure that you have a good first round matchup, because if you get a good first round matchup, it immediately propels to top 4 in the knockout stages, because this is a single elimination tournament after the knockout stages. So during that phase, you want to make sure that you only have one life. You want to face the best matchup that you can and secure a top 4 finish at least after the group stages.
Yeah, and just a little backup point on that. Stalwart Esports don't get to play until day 3 after this game, so they need to do something, or at least try and come back with a 2-1, or at least get a 1 victory. Just be like, you know what, at least we lost, but we got 1 above Alpha7.
We made them bleed.
May have been, which may have been better than the scrum results. We don't know. But yeah, they really need to step up their game a little bit there and just apply a little bit more pressure, but not be completely reliant on the Musashi and trade that mid turret. I can't emphasize enough how much trouble that losing that mid turret so early on really did for Stalwart Esports, just opening up too much real estate for Kaiser to be accessed to extra farm.
Yeah, especially when you have the Princess Frost, one of the best deep pushers in the game. Just pop an ultimate and suddenly all the creeps are dead. You cannot lose that mid tier 1 tower. It's just too valuable for your entire team, not just for yourself, but for your junglers, for your clash laners, even for your marksmen. If you lose that mid tier 1 tower, there's just so many avenues where the rotations can come in, and you're not as safe as you would be with that mid tier 1 tower still standing.
Absolutely. But I don't think this is all for Stalwart Esports. We'll be getting into game 2 soon. We're going to get to the game 2 soon, but we are first going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. Stalwart Esports versus Alpha7, and we'll see you in a moment. And where we're not. Welcome back, guys, to potentially the end of day 1. If Alpha7 go for a stomp here, we could be seeing a 2-0. But for my buddies over in Stalwart Esports, I hold a heavy hope that we can bring this to a 1-1 and potentially see a first best of 3 in its truest form in day 1, which would be a fantastic day, fantastic way and day to write off this day one of the Invitational Series 1.
Absolutely. We see Seashry giving his team a little bit of pep talk here, keeping them in making sure that they are primed and ready to take on the challenge, which is Alpha7, one of the Goliaths in this tournament. And they definitely need it. They definitely need every bit of support they can get from everybody online, on ground. Support the teams the best you can. If you love Stalwart Esports, definitely has made a fan from me after their performance yesterday and even today. They showcased that they know how to play the game. Now it's just growing as the tournament goes by and learning the lessons and experiences you can get throughout the entire tournament.
Absolutely. I think that's probably one of the best things to do is it's even though if you fail, it's making sure that you develop from that. And then when you go into, like, say, for example, I don't know, day 3 of the group stages and you show a completely different performance, or you just go into the knockout stages and you completely knock it out of the park as well. But then it's also the bigger picture going into Season 2 Invitational and potentially getting invited to the mid-season Invitational as well. So again, there's a lot to play for, a lot to develop, and a lot to sort of just keep your hearts open here. But into draft of Game 2, which could potentially be the last game of the day. So we're seeing the Dolia and the Gan and Mo band there from Stalwart Esports, and I can I do not blame them. But they leave open the Kaiser again.
They're probably thinking, hey, Kaiser's best pairing is the Dolia. We ban out the Dolia, maybe that auto bans out the Kaiser as well. But Alpha7 has shown to us that there's more to the Kaiser pairing than just the Dolia. We're gonna have the loot that sustain. Dr. Bien is a secondary choice that can help out the Kaiser as well. So we may definitely see that coming from the side of Alpha7. Alpha7 does ban out the Jing as well as the Da Xiao, and picking up the Arlie and, like you said, the Kaiser for themselves.
Yeah, they've literally going, they're switching it up, going for the Angelo, who was just in the cinematic, who is always completely overshadowing my solo competitive rank matches as well. But they also get the Arlie, so they're switching up the Derenji, they're banning out the Derenji themselves and going for the Arlie. So this was the thing that I was talking about earlier, where you deny your own pick, but go for something else that you are definitely still comfortable with. And then we're looking over to Stalwart Esports. They are pretty much picking up the same team comp as the last time, hoping it works.
Princess Ross Zhangfei as well as Musashi on the side of Stalwart Esports. I mean, they had a great early game. The rotations were fine. It's just that the little details, the little movements that Alpha7 did spot out, like the small chinks in their armor, and Alpha7 fully exploited that. That's what a great team does, is that when you leave out small weaknesses, they exploit it to the fullest, and they tear open those wounds that wouldn't be as impactful as against a weaker team who cannot spot them out.
Absolutely. Speaking of little details and little influences, Little Luke gets banned on the side of Stalwart Esports, and that's paying attention to the little details, is making sure that hero, is off of the cards. And the last 2 picks of Stalwart Esports is looking like we're going to get Byron and Lubin as well. We did see Wawa on the Lubin yesterday, and it was a mighty fine performance, if I say so myself.
Absolutely scary performance from Wawa yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that he has more to show for us today. Pairing with the Zhangfei allows him to play very aggressively, knowing that he has a bouncer to keep enemies back, especially this Kaiser as well as Charlotte. There's 3 heroes that can get to him very easily. That's the Arlie as well, played by Almine, and yeah, he has to watch out for that. And he needs his team, he needs his Zhangfei as well as Byron to always be ready to support him, because he alone can do the damage to bring down everybody. It's just a matter of keeping him alive.
Absolutely, but they definitely keep a little bit of remnants there from the game one, which is the Kaiser, which would potentially be it was the MVP pick as well. So keeping the Kaiser, the only thing that is the same in the first, going into the second game of match 3, would be the sensible thing. Just keep one component, one very solid working key component, and then change everything around from that. So they go with the Angela with the CC. So obviously Gammo didn't really have much CC other than his knockup. You could arguably say that Angela is a little bit more effective in that one because of the CC, but then also CC immunity from her ultimate as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Angela goes against the Princess Frost in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Angela has a lot of wave clear, in a sense, you know, with the Blaze. But let's see. He doesn't have as easy of a way to provide the crowd control to his team. The orb does take some time to land, but if it does, boy oh boy, the burst damage that the Angela can follow up with is absolutely huge. Kind of like a sort of budget Gun and More in a way.
Yeah. A more cute Gun and Mo. I mean, I'd happily approach Angela rather than approaching Gun and Mo, so definitely would be approachable in my books. But yeah, it's all about that combo that you get with Angela. You have to land it, or else she becomes... If one of those components don't land, you don't get the full effect of Angela's kit either as well. So I reckon A7's just got to really work on that and make sure that they do land that. Already hitting that first spell as well.
Yeah, they do have the Dong Huang to set up the skills from the Angela, so they have some easy setups. All she needs to do is just click on even the auto targeting should help you land those skills after the Dong Huang locks somebody down. So definitely not too hard as long as Alpha7 plays to what we know that they can play, the full potential.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that suppress has come through mainly for Musashi there because how many times he dived under the turret to get those double kills. I feel like the Don Huang is the only answer to that. But Zenon taking a lot of damage there from the Angela, and this is the trouble that you get playing against an Angela. Level 2, which has already taken up half your health. That's a problem.
Yeah, and you know, Princess Frost is one of those lane harassers that can really do it all by herself, but Angela is no slouch as long as you land your skills. And the skills are much easier to land than Princess Frost's control skill. So if you land those skills, then you can just always threaten the health points of this Princess Frost.
Yeah, and the range of Angela's first ability as well. She can check bushes before going into them with complete ease because it won't stop until it hits somebody within that range. So we see the Angela and the Kaiser rotating up into the top lane. Potential first blood here onto Mujoj.
Forced all the way back to his safety bush there. So he has to be very careful because right now Charlotte is cutting the wave, making sure that, you know, Byron, if he wants to go for creeps up in the top lane, he's going to be taking damage.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a bit of a fatal move there by Charlotte, just cutting off the lifeline and the potential help from the minions there under the turret for Byron. But luckily for Byron, we see that Kaiser's actually gone back into farming because he cannot take too much time out of farming because then he becomes a little bit off the pace, especially against Ray on the Musashi, which had already a strong performance. But a little bit playful here with Charlotte and Kaiser both rotating up to the Sage, but Byron already pretty low, so there's not much he can really offer in this. However, I believe it was Musashi who got the Sage buff.
Yeah, he got it in the end a little bit. Would have been a huge detriment to his early game if he lost that Sage buff. But thankfully, he still had the smite off cooldown and he was able to secure it. But bottom lane, they might not be able to secure this tier 1 tower any longer. Rotations are coming in from the Musashi going for the Angela, but Angela being still alive at the moment. The stun coming from the Zhang Fei doing so much. Suits dropping down very low at the back by Princess Frost. Xenon able to secure the double kill for Wawa with the beautiful rotation from the back lines, and that will be most likely the bottom tier 1 tower falling for the side of Alpha7 as Stalwart Esports start off strong once again in the bottom lane.
Absolutely, this is the mock match Wawa that we came to see today on the Lubin pick. Yeah, as you rightly said, they almost got that first tier turret down in the bot lane, and they haven't had to sacrifice that mid lane turret, because I feel like if they do that again, I think that's the learning curve. That's where that learning needs to take place. It's like, yo, that is your holy bastion. Just hold on to it. hold it like a newborn baby. You just don't want to let that mid lane turret go for a side lane turret. That's just a unfair trade. Worst trade deal ever. But Angela coming in here with the help of Charlotte. Charlotte may take the first turret though. Yep, first turret going over to Alpha7.
4 minutes in, no more tower play to keep it alive. Oh, Musashi goes straight for the R. The R manages to teleport away, but that will secure the first Tyrant of the game going towards the way of Stalwart Esports. It's a good start so far for Stalwart Esports. Let's see if they can keep it up and force this into game number 3. Benigna's pops his ultimate, going straight for Ray Princess Cross, trying to buy some space, but it's not going to be enough. The Kaiser is just so sticky in his ultimate form. You can't do damage, you can't force him away. And that will be your jungler falling and losing the buff as well to Ray.
They lose the buff, but they do also get the Tyrant, so I think it's a little bit of a trade there. It's something already improvement from that first match and being able to secure the Tyrant for themselves rather than Alpha7, which really gave them a firm start on the after the 4-minute mark for themselves in game 1. Going into game 2, Stalwart Esports already slightly improving here. They still manage to take the bot lane turret. They lose the Clash lane, but hold on to the mid lane turret, but also secure the Tyrant as well. But again, it's still very murky waters. They are ahead by 1 kill. But like you say, once this Kaiser is on you, he's like a bad itch until you are gone. But here we go, Zhang Fei going in with the ultimate beast mode comes on. There was a focus onto the Arnie, but was soon then redirected onto the front line. Frozen is Dong Huang there. Dong Huang goes down. That is a 3 kill to our Stalwart Esports. Picking up another one is Wawa taking down the Charlotte as well. So overall, 2-3 trade for a 3-2 trade, sorry, for Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Princess Rose's ultimate was just so huge, stopping them from retreating and allowing them to just clean up the mess towards the mid lane. They did lose Wawa and Ray. You do not really want to see that, but still a 2-3 trade is what you can get at the moment, and Stalwart Esports will be happy with that. They do lose the bottom tier 1 tower though. Let's take a look at the replay once again. Princess Ross, look at the ultimate. Oh, that just stopped the retreat entirely, and that set them up for more and more kills. Almin, this was an aggressive flicker from the side of Wawa. He knew that he had to pay with his life after he did that, but you know, the emotional damage was huge.
Absolutely. I mean, Musashi went in there with the right intentions, trying to knock up the Charlotte, so he didn't manage to get the kill onto Lubin, but unfortunately it just fell short, and Lubin did fall, however. But yeah, it's still all to play for. We see that Pyro managed to get the Clash lane first tier turret as well. There's a lot going on in this red buff into mid lane on the enemy side of the jungle here. Overlord is still up for grabs, but it's looking like Charlotte is going for that split push potential down in the farm lane to try and pick up another turret, opening up those side lanes, which once again, it's not as fatal as losing that mid lane turret, but it's still a huge necessity to your team to stop that access to the jungle. But once again, why we dive in the Kaiser? Kaiser can take the damage. We can see that. He becomes very, very sticky in that ultimate, and we just lost Byron to a Wagon on issue as a misplay.
Yeah, that was not the position you want to fight in. It's not a target you want to go for as well. Without the nukes, without... It just gets bursted down. Wawa was just at the edge waiting for him on his umbrella. Benigna's without the ultimate is not as tanky as you would think he is, and he does fall as well. So they managed to salvage the situation from the side of Stalwart Esports, and finally this tier 1 tower looks like it will finally go down, this time towards the way of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, I feel like the only way they can really counter that Kaiser pick is from the true damage of the Lubin there, really shredding the health of Kaiser. But if you're just going in with just pure attack damage like a Byron, it's definitely not the play to go for. It's just it's a hard 1v1 to come out on top of, and especially with his teammates nearby. But Stalwart Esports, once again, are looking for improved gameplay here because they have the Tyrant taken down, the movement speed is increased, and the damage output has been increased also. I mean, right now, does Wawa need a damage output increase? Probably not, but give him it, he will give you a quadra, hopefully. That is what we're riding on here. But again, this is definitely looking like a much more fruitful match for Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Wawa almost completing his Daybreaker already. That's going to be the huge power spike on the marksman, allowing him to deal more damage in a safer position, providing that additional crit chance as well as attack speed. Not to mention the range does increase for the Luban number 7 as well. So he is pretty much almost there, probably another 1,000 gold before he reaches that. And once he has that, there's no answer for him at the moment except to just jump him with the Charlotte and Kaiser and hope he dies before he wipes your entire team.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be like a great sense of pride knowing you're playing a hero that needs 3 enemy heroes to jump onto you just to try and take you out. But when you've got the likes of Zhang Fei, and the Princess Frost, Musashi as well, you're really sort of trying to shut down that pile-on of the Luban here.
Absolutely. You have so many ways to disengage, so many crowd control to keep people back in their position. So Wawa is feeling very confident. He's just doing the damage on towards the Shadow Overlord here. Zhang Fei has to pump the out to stay alive, but he might be caught out in a bad position. Gets locked down there by the Dong Huang and gets brought down instantly. But they did manage to secure the Shadow Vanguard on the side of Stalwart Esports. They destroyed Yarn. Musashi towards the back line. The damage is just enough, but he just tried to run away. Wawa a little bit too far to finish off the kill. But still, a lot of damage being dealt towards the back lines off the side of Alpha7. And Stalwart Esports will take that fight very handily.
Absolutely. I mean, I recognize what Suits did there. He tried to replicate the Ganmo critical thief onto the Overlord there, but it just wasn't quite the same kind of flavor he was hoping for. He did use the ult, however, it did not steal the Overlord, which I can only assume Stalwart Esports is very thankful for. But they're paying attention to the small details of Wawa using his rockets to try and find out where the enemy jungle is, making sure to see if he's not on the Sage buff. Obviously, it was used a little bit too early. He was on the Sage buff, however, and he still managed to secure it as well.
That's an important buff there for the Kaiser to be able to continue fighting. You know, that allows him to have a shorter cooldown on his skills, which allows him to heal a little bit more. But right now, gold is pretty even despite, you know, Stalwart Esports having such a great start. Most of their gold is just being held there by Wawa. So if you bring down, if you're able to just burst down the marksman, then you're suddenly having that 10k gold advantage. Exactly.
Yeah, in huge trouble. They're looking to pick up another Tyrant here. It's a little bit of a change up here for A7. So Alpha7 Esports, I feel like I've lost a little bit of a tempo here. Maybe they're stalling the tempo. They've kind of put it on a standstill, hoping to just burst out, get a bit more farm, and then hope to come out on top of this next team fight, it seems. But Stalwart Esports are definitely rotating. They're definitely farming it pretty well, and it shows in the gold difference. It's not a huge difference in terms of their lead, but it's a difference nonetheless. And the mental, that's great.
Benignas just walked into a bush and he walked away with half HP. That was a 1 second burst damage coming from the side of the Luban number 7. That's why you do not face check your bush, even if you're a Kaiser. That's just way too scary at this point.
Especially when there's a Luban on the enemy team. If any of the marksmen, you're kind of like, okay, that's fine. I'll go in there. I'll stick to them. I'll take them down. But not with Luban. No, he is Mr. True Damage here. Mr. Wawa on Mr. True Damage. We've got to make sure they don't leave the Luban too open. I mean, he's front of the queue there, but still, the rest of Stalwart Esports is just denying the entry onto Luban.
Yep, Drew's position was perfect. Oh, but the ultimate catching him off.
I just jinxed it. I jinxed it. I'm sorry, Wawa. You had to sort of witness that suppression from Dong Huang there. And you can potentially see the Baron go down. It's a 3v1. Could he take down Angela before he goes down? No, she flashes over the wall. Suits played that very nicely. The positioning of Angela was beautiful.
Musashi goes straight for the Arlie. Arlie might be in trouble here. One more hit and she will fall. Yes, she does. Musashi throws the backline. Can he get Angela? Yes, he can. Taking 2 is the best they can hope for at this moment. 2 huge damage dealers being brought down here from the side of Alpha7. That leaves only the Kaiser as well as the Charlotte. 2 heroes that do not do huge tower damage, and with the Princess Frost still alive there, that means that there is no other objective that Alpha7 is able to take after losing that Arlie.
Absolutely, we have the Shadow Overlord there, but it's not looking like it's going to be on the priority of Kaiser there. He's definitely, and rightfully so, taking that Sage buff, because as we say, it just helps the Kaiser's kit so much more than an Overlord would right now. So taking and denying the Sage buff from Musashi right now is definitely the play to go for.
Definitely, he knows what he needs, he knows what his team needs. It's him staying alive as long as possible, providing pressure for Wawa so that he cannot play as aggressively as he likes. So that's the name of the game right now. Both teams poised around this Shadow Overlord, trying to secure it the best they can. Every single ultimate is up and running, and they will look to take a huge fight to try and further the lead or take the lead back to the favor. But Ignis, dangerous. Xenon still towards the backlines, casting skills, scouting out for his team. Wawa's.
Oh, nice.
He's
using those rockets as visions. No, just using the rockets as visions there. I don't think he stole it, but we've seen that suppression go onto Wawa once again. That is a denial, and this is what Alpha7 was probably just looking for and waiting for. We're just having the confidence from Dongguang, being able to survive the brutal barrage of Team Stalwart Esports in order to get to the prize possession, which is Luban here.
Yeah, I would pick that trade any day if you're Selena. You know, sacrificing your life to bring down Wawa, you would do that every single day of the week and twice on Tuesdays as well, because that allowed them to secure the Shadow Overlord, and that's going to give them additional map pressure towards the mid lane, because they finally will be able to take down this mid tier 1 tower without Wawa holding it on, without Blue knocking them back. They will open up a big part of the map for themselves and even things out in terms of the tower advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, they've been holding on to that mid lane for quite some time. It's actually going into the back of the queue there. He waited for quite some time. But the pick of this Angela has been a really hard suppression for Musashi to actually even try and do anything, because by the time they actually jumped in, they're dead. And once again, they tried to go for the Lubin, but Dongguang is nowhere near, and the suppression is only just come up on cooldown. So we see that Kaiser goes down. That is a trade. I would say that's a fruitful trade from Stalwart Esports, taking a solid 2-1 trade there.
It definitely helps to stem the bleeding a little bit, keeping the network close across both sides. Things are very even. I mean, 4 to 5 towers basically even at the moment, and the network is basically dead even right now. So this is as close as a game as you can get against Alpha7, one of the favorites to win the entire Invitational. And we are reaching the point in the game, Blam. We are almost there at the 20-minute mark.
We are, and I mean, Stalwart Esports have done themselves proud. They've managed to survive longer than 11 minutes and 59 seconds, which is definitely an improvement. Even if they don't win this round, it is still an improvement on what they had before. But they're looking to try and steal the Tyrant, and Suits coming in with that crucial steal for the Tyrant. 1 on the Overlord, 2 for the Tyrant, and that's just a little bit of an upset there for Stalwart.
Stalwart Esports is going to have nightmares of this Angela. I mean, first it was the gun and more in game number 1. Now it's the Angela getting 2 crucial steals on these important objectives. Might be the game changer right now. Ray in a precarious position, but with Xenon providing the backup, saving him for the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Charlotte making fine work of that clash lane as well, trying to get pushed through that high ground turret, as so do his teammates as well, looking to try and get that clash lane high ground turret also. But both of those efforts have fallen short there, but they still managed to push the waves before the minions get there. So they should, in theory, time that correctly, but with that wave clear from Princess Frost, it is going to be denied in the clash lane. but it's just all waiting to brew here. Down goes the second tier turret in the mid lane. Something is about to happen, and I don't know if it's good for Stalwart Esports.
Wawa does complete his Sage's Sanctuary, which allows him to have a second life, a second win if you like, to be able to continue fighting on. He already has the Blood Reaper as well, so that allows him to heal back to full after coming back to life. So that's going to be very important because he's been the heavy focus, right, of Selena.
Absolutely.
And if he's able to survive the ultimate coming from the Dong Huang, that's going to help them win the fight.
Yeah, having that second wind is definitely something that Alpha7 will have to play around. Because, I mean, it's taken them most of the match to find out how to play around the Wawa here. Trying to jump on with the Dong Huang, and then that's it. Once he's out of the fight, that's all great. But now he has that second wind. It's kind of like, right, okay, so how are we going to do it now? We're going to try and pick him up before he gets the second wind taken off him, or are we going to still do the same thing and then hope that we can just run him down on his second wind as well?
Yep, or just kill all of his teammates and kill him twice. That's
it. Yeah.
30 seconds before the Shadow Tyrant is going to spawn up in the top. Selena looking for Wawa.
Oh, nice stun there. Oh, my God, flashing onto that.
The ultimate
Byron looking to be picked up here. Yep, Musashi looking for the rotate round. He's looking for the Ali. He's looking for oh, what a nice flash over the wall by Suits there. That really denied the win from Musashi there. Ray probably feeling very deflated right now, knowing that he missed out that skill shot on the Angela, but down goes the Dong Huang, so that is already Lubin being opened up for full potential. Down goes Kaiser as well. There has been a 2-on trade so far on the side of Stalwart Esports. Can they manage to take the Tempest Dragon? If they do, this could be a 1-1 victory here, going on to a full best of 3. They've really got to hope so, but Angela's still holding her own. They have no jungle to take the smite as well. Why did nobody take it, Angela?
3-for-3 trade there. I thought it was over, but they managed to bring down the Musashi before he got any more damage. So Alpha7 managed to hold on, still hold on to a 1,000 gold lead. Not a huge lead at this point in the game. It's basically not even a single item at this point. So
nah,
it is gonna be tough. This last fight around the Shadow Tyrant is gonna be very crucial on both sides.
Absolutely. I feel like whoever gets this Tempest is going to be the victor of this match. But again, I've said it once and I'll say it again, Stalwart Esports have beaten that one 11 minutes and 59-second mark. So I think anything is a given from here and is something to take on stride and learn going into day 3, which is their next match against Twisted Mind. But we don't know much about Twisted Mind. Will they be as big as opponent as A7? We are yet to find out, but this is where it's all going to start to conclude here. Charlotte is on the rotate down from the farm lane. Dong Huang going in onto the Princess Frost. Princess Frost already looking pretty low. Dong Huang just manages to escape the AoE of Lubin's ult. It's currently a 2-1 trade for Alpha7. It's now a, still 2-1 trade. It's still all going down. Lubin is still up, but Charlotte is now resurrected after dealing so many deaths to Stalwart Esports, and it is 4 remaining out of 2 on Stalwart Esports now, and there is a push waiting to happen in this mid lane. I feel like this is A7 taking a 2-0 here, but it's been a hard-fought defeat here for Stalwart Esports.
Charlotte, the rotation, the position that she was in was just absolutely perfect, cutting straight towards the backlines, allowing her to do so much damage, and also pressuring the Wawa at the same time. And that was not the cleanest of victories there for Alpha7, but they do manage to get it done.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, the first match had him sweating on the brow, but they wiped it off. But look at Besiktas there. He has to take a drink after that match. He was literally dehydrated, having to deal with Wawa's Lubin. But to be fair, after Stalwart Esports and FUT Chaos saying that these are the teams that they are looking shakiest the most against in the scrims in this tournament, to go that close to almost having the victory from them, I wouldn't complain. I would not complain. I mean, a nice 1-1 would have been great, but unfortunately, Alpha7 showing why they are top dogs right now in the Season 1 Invitational.
Beautiful, beautiful gameplay there, knowing that there's always still hope before your crystal falls. Great showing there for Alpha7. Stalwart Esports as well. I'm pretty sure they surprised many people, us included. That was a good comeback, bounce back to game number 1, where they just got absolutely stomped. But this game, they made it all the way towards the Tempest Dragon. They almost took it, but it was down to the little things, down to the small rotational, small position changes that Alpha7 just did better. And yeah, well-deserved 2-0 victory there for Alpha7.
Absolutely, but I mean, it definitely lived up to the hype that we wanted from the matches after seeing Stalwart Esports play against NRX and winning very well, but it was also a very even match there. But then going against A7, who's having a little bit more of a popularity or idea of them being quite a scary team to take down, and then to go very close in winning that second game within match 3. I have to give it to Stalwart Esports. There wasn't a lot they did do wrong there, but it was just because of them going all the way. They went all the way to Tempest Dragon, and at that point, it's whoever is completely stacked in their equipment, whoever just plays correctly in one team fight just wins that one there. So unfortunately for Stalwart Esports, they do go 2-0, but they still have plenty of time to prove themselves in the group stages.
Yeah, and we did see them grow along the series. They rectified the mistakes they did in the first game, did way better in the second game, and for most of this game, in fact, they had the control. They had the lead throughout almost the entirety of this game. It's just towards the late game where Alpha7 was just controlled the map better, and that just forced Stalwart Esports to make a couple of bad positioning places, and that allowed them to get the victory. And our MVP is gonna be Suits on the Angela, with that another crucial steal on the Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant. Absolutely huge there.
But yeah, not only the steals, but that complete disrupt to Musashi's key power play there towards that Tempest Dragon, just flashing off the wall and completely denying. Definitely shows why Suits was MVP of Game 2 following Beniga from Game 1. But yeah, like you say, the steals from Game 1, I feel like this kind of still, even though it's a different game, it still contributed to this MVP, but he was always there. He was always applying pressure to Stalwart Esports, using that ultimate very well-timed to stop any CC or any critical CC, like we just saw there from Clue. Clue goes and dives in, but the CC immunity from that ultimate is just to chef's kiss, and Suits played it very well.
Absolutely. The timing has been beautiful. We know that we've seen that Suits is not going to be frugal, with saving his own life, popping the ultimate when he needs to, and immediately moving right after the crowd control has ended is just showing how well versed he is in this Angela, and he's just been on a tear in this game.
Absolutely, but you just saw that just the positioning was always on point, just absolutely lathering down Stalwart Esports at the perfect moments. But I feel like it was all a great setup for the Charlotte as well, so Muster is probably not one to overlook. I think he'd probably be second there in terms of MVP potential
this last fight
for A7.
This last fight was just all Muster. Cuts towards the back line, brings down Princess Boss, goes, continues fighting, brings down Wawa, goes back for Wawa, making sure there is no backup, and with the Sage's Sanctuary, able to get back into the fight, and that was just the final nail in the coffin here for Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely. Absolutely amazing game there by Alpha7. Going against Stalwart Esports, like we said already plenty of times in that post gameplay, Stalwart Esports very shaky in that first match, but when you let something through like Little Loot compared with the Kaiser pick, it's going to be troublesome. So maybe that's the way to try and get a defeat onto A7, especially if they're going to go for the Kaiser pick. But maybe that's the power play. Maybe they're going to make these teams think, oh, if we take the Kaiser away in the banning phase, are they going to be as good? I don't think it's going to be that simple, especially seeing the jungle's performance in KIC and Chuck VR as well. I don't think it's that simple to take down A7 just by taking Kaiser off the table.
Yes, he has a huge hero pool, and there's plenty of more heroes you can play. Even if you have banned out every single jungle hero, available in the game, you won't have enough bans for that because there's just way
There's
too
only
many.
4. There's only 4.
Yeah.
That's why it's so crucial, and that's why it's all the part of the mind games and the mechanics of this game. You only have 4 bans. You've got to make them count and make sure your priority bans are just on the money as well. But yeah, I mean, that was a great way to wrap up our day 3 in terms of the matches.
Definitely.
We should be having an interview soon with Alpha7. We're just waiting for that to come upon. But yeah, in terms of, obviously, other than what we learned from Game 1 for Stalwart Esports, is there anything they could have done better in that Game 2? Because, I mean, it was so close. It was really, really close. It was hard to sort of find the key piece that could have pushed them to beat Alpha7.
Maybe not let Suits steal another important objective. That might have been the way to win.
True. But then you've got to try and deny Suits of all-range champions in mid, and we just get back to that same predicament of trying to ban out the Kaiser in every jungle possible for Besiktas there. But yeah, like you say, I mean, there's so many good players on Alpha7. It is crazy. They are a stacked team, and a very experienced stacked team as well.
Definitely. You cannot shut down everybody on a single team because the way the things are in Alpha7, any single player on their roster is able to carry the game. I mean, even Selena can be the one to win the game, as we've seen him do that yesterday, in fact. So it's not as easy as, you know, focusing on a single player as you would with some lesser known teams. In fact, every single player on the side of Alpha7 deserves the respect, and you have to just play better than them as a team in order to win.
Absolutely, I think that's like way easier said than done, but it also shows marks of a great team. If you just can't focus on one of those players and hope to take out their hero pool, and then it all crumbles, then you've got a problem. You've got one great team and a few support players. But then when you got a team like Alpha7 that have 5 great players, and it's hard to pick apart which one you're going to go for, that's when you know you got signs of a great team and a great coach. So props to the coach for leading a solid 2-0. After what we saw from Stalwart Esports yesterday, the performance was pretty banging against NRX. We thought that we were going to see a banging Game 1 and Game 2, or potentially a Game 3 as well. But unfortunately, it didn't fall that way. So, yes.
Yeah, this was Patala's first tournament as the coach for the side of Alpha7. So off to a great start they are. So let's see if they're able to keep up the momentum, because they don't have an easy group. Their group is pretty stacked here for Group B. They also have Vivo Keystars in their same group, not to mention of course Stalwart Esports and also Twisted Minds, one of the teams that we haven't seen today, but they'll be playing tomorrow against Vivo Keystars.
Absolutely, and the thing that keeps all these players playing is our sponsor, Infinix, and they are all playing on the Infinix GT10 Pro, which is the innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All-sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerses you in the purest game experience. So once again, thank you to our sponsor, Infinix, for these amazing devices.
Absolutely, they've made this tournament happen, and they've allowed us to be able to witness this beautiful tournament that is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 happening in Istanbul, Turkey. But we will have an interview with the winners of the previous game, which is Alpha7, very shortly. And yeah, we'll just be waiting for that. But today has been a fantastic action-packed day, Blam. What was your most, the moment you remember the most?
Oh, I mean, it's all been pretty memorable, to be honest, but the hype leading up to this game would definitely be it. But we are heading over to the interview now.
Evet, herkese merhabalar. Günün son serisini de sonlandırdık ve A7'in orta koridor oyuncusu Suits'a birkaç tane sorumuz olacak. Öncelikle böylesine bir kalabalıkta, yani seyircilerin karşısında İstanbul'da oynamak nasıl bir histi, onu soracağım. First of all, congratulations and welcome to Turkey. I want to ask you, how does it feel to play in front of a crowd here in Istanbul?
It's similar to Brazil, the people, the place, and also the crowd. So I'm used to it, so it feels like home.
Well, perfect. Yani zaten evde oynamaya da Brezilya'ya da gayet yakın. O yüzden çok bir yabancılık çekmedim söyledi. Yani genel olarak evimde oynuyormuş gibi hissettim. Kalabalık karşısında oynamaya alışığım dedi. İkinci sorumuza da geçelim o zaman. İkinci sorumuz ilk oyunun sonunda duvar üzerinden sıçrayıp rakip üste girip hemen oyunu bitirmeyi başarmıştı. Onunla ilgili bir soru yönelteceğim. So in the first game, you flashed over a wall and then managed to finish the game. Basically secured the victory. Can you tell us more about that? Like what was going on inside your head at that moment?
Yeah, I was aiming my skill to follow up the engage of my team, but then I misclicked the flash and I flashed before they engaged. So it was a huge mistake, but just a mistake.
Yani aslında ben yeteneğimi başka tarafa doğru yönlendirmiştim. Takımımın içeri girmesini takip etmeye çalışacaktım ama yeteneği öbür tarafa doğru kullanınca duvarın üzerine sıçramış oldum. Ufak bir mekanik hata oldu dedi. Son sorumuza geçiyoruz. Bugün 2-0 bitirdiler günü. Turnuvanın geri kalanında kendilerinden beklentileri neler? Biz onlardan neler beklemeliyiz? Onu soracağım. You finished today with a 2-0 performance, stellar performance. So what should we expect from you in the rest of the tournament? Everybody is pretty much afraid of you.
Actually, I don't think today was an easy game, so I just hope we play better the next games. We are capable of much more, so I hope we show it.
Aslında yani bugünkü maçların o kadar kolay olduğunu da düşünmüyorum. Yani daha da iyi oynayabiliriz. Umuyorum ki önümüzdeki maçlarda daha iyi bir performans ortaya koyarız ve daha net galibiyetler alırız dedi. Thank you for joining me in this interview and best of luck in the upcoming games of the tournament. Thank you.
Teşekkürler.
Biz de teşekkürlerimizi iletelim ve sözü de paslayalım. Teşekkürler.
And there we have it. That was the interview from A7 Suits there. And it definitely given us insight into that pro play that both me and Zero picked up turned out to be a mistake. So, lesson learned there, people watching at home and at the stadium. If it's a mistake, just play into it. You may win the game. Clearly, Suits played it and played into it and won that game. But again, I mean, that's a good thing for Stalwart Esports to hear is it wasn't an easy match. So for A7 to say that, it's kind of like, oh, okay, that's quite shaky. So going forward, I think Stalwart Esports just need to remember that it wasn't an easy match for Alpha7, who everybody else is scared of, and just build on that.
That was validation for sure. And something that really stood out to me from the interview is that he felt that Alpha7 felt that they didn't play at their full potential. So if this is Alpha7 on a bad day, I don't want to see them on a good day because they look absolutely scary across both these games.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't feel. I feel sorry for the next component, but then again, it's the next time they are going to be fighting is against their own Brazilian counterpart, which is BKS, which we've seen this matchup happen quite a few times in Chuck BR. Yes, both of these lineups are a little bit different, but yes, looking at those current stand-ins, it is a 1 win to both. FUT Chaos and A7, which gives them 1 point each going into the second day of the group stages, as well as BJK, which again seems so far away when BJK played, but it was still an amazing match, an amazing way to set up day one of Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, day one surely. Even though that all the games have been 2-0, but they have been entertaining nonetheless. Tomorrow we're going to have more entertaining matches with Major Pride facing up against NRX to open up the day. BKS against Twist in the middle, and BJK against FUT Chaos at the end of the day. So plenty more HOK action happening tomorrow. You definitely do not want to miss out on tomorrow's games as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's pretty much everything we have for today. We've had 3 absolutely banging matchups. Yes, they've all been best of 2s, but they've been entertaining nonetheless. And thank you to all the players. Thank you all to the staff that has gone through to the efforts of today and the coaches as well. I've been Blam. With me has been Zero, and this is us signing out.
Yep, it's been a great day. I'm pretty sure you guys will be here tomorrow. But Remember the timings when it starts. It's going to be starting at the same time. This is the group stages for the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1, brought to you by Infinix. This is Zero and Blam. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye now.